going to go for the tag team championships. So that genuinely I'm looking forward to. It's going to be very interesting to see, will the Wyatt Six, for a second time now, because we did see them go for these championships before. So for a second time now, a second attempt now, are they going to get the tag team titles, right? So we've got that coming up. The reason why I say interesting is probably more to do with this. I've obviously seen quite a bit of backlash around this. Again, I kind of mentioned it in Unseen, that I'm sure there are people out there that are very excited by this news. But the general consensus, no shadow of a doubt coming from the internet, is this is not something people are interested in seeing. And Jelly Roll is going to be on SmackDown. The belief is that he is going to have a match at SummerSlam. And the belief is that that is going to involve Logan Paul. So it seems like we're going to do some Logan Paul Jelly Roll type thing. The only thing I would say about that is it sounds horrific, but I'm not a fan of watching Logan anyway, right? I'm certainly not a fan of watching Jelly Roll wrestle. So actually putting them both into the same match, into the same segment, that just says bathroom break to me. That just says that we've got an opportunity to go and get more snacks, to get some more drinks, to stretch our legs a little bit whilst that's on, and then we can come back to the actual wrestling. So, you know, we're kind of putting a lot of bad things into the same segment at SummerSlam. Do you know what I mean? That's okay. I wish it wasn't there at all, but that's okay. I'm gonna look at the silver lining on that news that came out earlier today. So that's the rumor there. The belief is that we should be starting the ball rolling in regards to us heading towards that tonight. So something's going to come out of this segment that's going to take us to SummerSlam. Then we've got Ron Killings against Aleister Black, and it was mentioned, I think, in yesterday's Unseen, about the fact they're saying Ron Killings, they're not saying R-Truth. Might not be anything to kind of read into, but apparently, yeah, no mention of R-Truth anywhere here. It's just Ron Killings. Could just be that the website have just gone with Ron Killings as the name rather than R-Truth. On the show, he might still be getting referred to as R-Truth. It's no biggie. But again, these little details, they're just of interest to people. They're just something to keep an eye on when the show starts. Are they going to call him R-Truth? Are we moving away from that name? It's obviously a name that he's had for a long time. So if we are moving away from it, that would obviously be quite a big deal. So yeah, those are, well, that's everything we've got on the official preview. There might be some other bits floating around. I have seen some news about Sol Ruka actually being involved in a match. So I don't know why that's not listed here, but it seems like we should have some sort of women's match to kind of help promote the women's tag match for Evolution. So I think it's like maybe a fatal four-way, but just involving one member of each of the teams that's going to be competing at Evolution. So I think we've got some along those lines as well. Right, that was the preview. Not much, as we said, but, you know, a few bits in there. Connor, hello. Shout out to you. I'll get back to your thought in a second. I just want to go over and say hello to some of these new supporters. So, Fran, Astrid, Joe, Sandra, and Mona. Shout out to you guys. Welcome. We've been doing a lot on the members side, and we'll continue to do a lot on the members side. Next week, we've got a member stream on Tuesday. That's just where we sit down, do a stream like this, but it's obviously not as busy. So we can kind of get to more people's thoughts, read out more of your comments. And, you know, it's just kind of like one of these streams, but with a much smaller community than just the members. Next Wednesday, we're doing a Your Videos member stream. So I am asking for members to send in videos, ideally no longer than a couple of minutes, right? But it can be anything. And we will watch them, react to them, and you can introduce yourself to the community. We actually did it last week and it was a great success, so much so the members voted to do it again this week, so we're going to do that again on Wednesday. And then on Thursday we've got a big kind of game that we play. You can see all this stuff here, and we've got loads of stuff going on with that. A new tournament that's launching and loads of things happening. So lots going on the members' sides. So welcome to those that have joined. I hope you can join us for those streams. Those streams start same time, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We do it 3 times a week. Kieran said, big up Daze and this brilliant community. Kieran, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it, but... Right, Connor said, Daze, do we think that we might see Rowan return tomorrow at Saturday night's main event? Do we think he could finally return at SummerSlam? Which one would we pick? What would we like for Rowan's return? So, Connor, I think that's a good question. And yes, I do think Rowan returns at Saturday night's main event. I think this for a couple of reasons. Certainly not guaranteed, but if I'm looking at my likely, unlikely scenario, I'm actually going to go likely that he comes back tomorrow. The reason for that is because we know that he is expected to be at SummerSlam, and he could absolutely return at SummerSlam. But we did that last year, I believe, where he actually came back during Cody versus Solo. I sort of feel like this year, with SummerSlam being 2 days, it running on a Saturday and a Sunday, I kind of feel like if you're WWE, wouldn't you make sure that you had Rowan actually wrestling on that show? So I think they're going to want him to actually compete and actually wrestle rather than come back at SummerSlam. You know, it's a 2-day event. It's absolutely huge. It's closer to WrestleMania in its size now than it has been before. Certainly since WrestleMania went to a 2-day event. I always felt that sort of left SummerSlam behind a little bit. So I really like SummerSlam going 2 days. But it just means that if you're going to go big, you have got all this extra time that you need to fill. And yeah, you can fill it with mid-card stories and whatever, but you're going to need your star power, you know? So I think Rowan wrestles. And so that means that we've got to bring him back before, unless he's going to be a mystery opponent, which you could do that. But I think that it's probably more likely you bring him back before and he's part of the builds. And as well as that, tomorrow, Saturday, you've got AEW, and they're doing their massive show All in Texas. Tomorrow is a wrestling battle, right? It's kind of like the Attitude Era, in the sense of we're going to have wrestling promotions, the 2 biggest in probably the world, right, putting on major shows at the same time. Now, that's not unusual. We do see that on a semi-regular basis, but this is the biggest show for AEW. I think most people would agree that All In is their WrestleMania. I mean, if you kind of go back and look at the all-ins that they've done at like Wembley and whatever, so I sort of feel like this is their big show. And so WWE have had to find a way of kind of countering that. And what they've come up with is Goldberg's retirement. That's how they've countered it. That's the big thing they've been able to find, is let's have Goldberg, this legend that loads of people know because of the Attitude Era. There's loads of nostalgia around Goldberg. Let's have him walk away, say goodbye, end his career. We're going to do that on that same day, right? So they are obviously hoping that is going to grab the headlines. But I think you might want something up your sleeve, a little trick up your sleeve, just to ensure, just to guarantee that you grab the headlines. Because this is a battle on Saturday for grabbing headlines. It's a battle for getting viewers to watch your program. It's a battle for what are the headlines after all the shows have ended on Saturday. We know that they can grab the wrestling headlines on Sunday because of Evolution. I don't think AEW have got a show on Sunday, so we know that WWE can certainly come out of the weekends with the headlines because of Evolution. But can they grab those headlines on Saturday? Can they actually counter whatever goes down at AEW? And I think, honestly, that's something they're going to be looking to try and do. The only thing I don't know is, are they just going to rely on Goldberg retiring and hope that that is going to get the headlines and that is what everyone's talking about, right? Or do you bring back Roman as well and, really take those... I think if you bring Roman back, you've done it, really. I think if Roman Reigns comes back at Saturday night's main event on the same show that Goldberg retires, I think you get in there. I think you're winning that battle, to be honest with you. So this is why, out of likely, unlikely, I'm looking at SummerSlam. I'm looking at the battle this weekend. I'm trying to put myself in the headspace that WWE will be in, and I'm trying to figure out, right, what would I do? And yeah, I'd bring Roman back. The only thing I would say that's a little bit tricky, just a little bit tricky, but it can be worked, is how do you bring Roman back in the same segment that Goldberg retires and don't have Roman step on Goldberg's toes? That show, 100%, should end with Goldberg in the ring, like thanking the fans and the fans applauding Goldberg. Right? Definitely that's how that show should end. However you feel about Goldberg, whether you like him, you don't like him, it's kind of irrelevant. He has had one of the great wrestling careers. What he did just in the Attitude Era alone was incredible, impactful, right? He really was a massive star kind of towards the end of WCW's run. Like, he really was a major deal for them at that time. And it didn't work out for WCW, and obviously they ended up going under. But the Goldberg contribution, with week after week kind of counting how many wins he had, because he got all the way to 172, was it? 73, something like that, and 0. He had the streak. He was on this winning streak. He was undefeated, and it really worked. It really grabbed people's attention. And his impact was huge during the Attitude Era. So much so that they brought him into WWE, and it's been mixed results, right? Mixed results. There's been great moments. There's been really bad moments. But I think just for what he did in the Attitude Era alone, you go, do you know what? Respect. That's a hell of a contribution to pro wrestling. He deserves to stand there and have the crowds applaud him and recognize his contribution, yeah? And so I think that you've got to be careful about how you bring Roman back. I think it's one of those where maybe Seth tries to cash in and Roman comes down, chases Seth away. Roman has a moment where we can be like, he's back, and then Roman kind of goes after Seth or kind of exits the arena. His return is done. He does not need to stand in the ring and for the show to end that way, leaving Goldberg to then have that final moment. That final moment I really think should be Goldberg's. It's hard to kind of structure it, though. It's a little clunky. That's the only thing that's stopping me going, oh yeah, it's definitely Roman coming back at Saturday night's main event. It's just, how do you fit them both in? Possible, very possible, but just a little awkward, because you really do need to make sure Goldberg gets his moment. And I know a lot of people don't like him, but he did a lot of good as well. There was a lot of great stuff that he contributed. I'm choosing to focus on that more so than his disastrous match with Undertaker, or him beating The Fiend, or him constantly coming back and getting title opportunities. I think those are the things that really frustrated people. Jay Omega, hello, shout out to you. Jay Omega said, hello everyone, I just want to let you know I am watching the stream always, but I'm always just lurking. Jay, he did put in the laughs. and I really brought those to life. So Jay lurking in the shadows, spying on us all, yeah, hacking into our webcams, watching us we're eating Doritos or whatever, I don't know. But Jay Omega is lurking in the shadows. Mr. Dow Jr. said, Daze, what's the thoughts about Logan Paul Jelly Roll celebrity match? WWE is following WCW when they focused on celebrities instead of their own product. WWE is starting to become money hungry. Honestly, mate, this is, this is a drum that I have been banging from, day one. Honestly, I remember when I was a kid watching Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam Bigelow and just not caring, I do think that when it comes to the celebrity involvement, WWE has obviously got a history of that. You can go back to like WrestleMania 1 with Mr. T, Muhammad Ali being at ringside and, all that kind of stuff. And I do think that sometimes WWE are a little bit guilty of just looking at America, which is their biggest market, right? Just looking at America and trying to entertain America rather than thinking globally, right? And the reason why I say that is because the NFL was not a big deal over here. It still isn't, to be honest, right? It's grown a lot, but the average person here hasn't got a flipping clue who Lawrence Taylor is, right? I had no idea when I was a kid. So basically, that match was Bam Bam Bigelow versus some sports guy I've never heard of. And it's really hard to care. I tell you, it's really hard to care when you're meant to root for the sports guy that you've never heard of. I got to tell you, I was right behind Bam Bam Bigelow. I really wanted Bam Bam to win that match. Because what's my other choice? My other choice is some guy I've never seen or heard of. It's just not a choice. But you got to remember that like WWE it's global. It goes out to, all of Europe and Asia and absolutely everywhere. So the NFL, it's not the global force that it probably one day will be. I think they've got some great expansion now. But, they've really made their mark in the UK and we've seen some growth there. But I'm going back to, what year was this? 95? Do you know what I mean? I'm going back like 30 odd years and I had no idea who that was. And really throughout the years, it's kind of been very similar to that. There were times where they got like Floyd Mayweather, who I think was a, global superstar. And, but then they had people like Snooki. And it's like, what the hell's a Snooki? I have no idea what a Snooki is. It's like, so there's a real mixed bag. And honestly, I have no idea who Jelly Roll is. The first time I ever heard of him was when he did something with WWE previous. And I still don't think I've ever encountered any of his songs just in my life, right? So it's one of those where, once again, there's a guy here that I have no idea about him, right? I think he's a country music star, if I was to guess. Before, and I'm pretty sure he's a country music star, right? Might be a flipping comedian. I really don't know. So, we had a comedian on the other week. I had no idea who that was. I think when it comes to celebrities, it's hard because these celebrities are famous in certain places, but not in others. And if you want someone that's known around the world, you're paying serious money, it's costing a lot. So Jelly Roll is someone that it does nothing for me. It does nothing for me. And he's going up against Logan Paul. Now, I will say Logan is someone I believe is known globally. I think that his reach, his impact, same with Jake. I think the Paul brothers, they're known around the world. So, and they put the work in as well. So when it comes to Logan and whatever, I've got plenty of things that I find frustrating about Logan. I think that, the shortcuts and, all that sort of stuff, like taking spots away from wrestlers that have given their lives to this. I find all of that very, very frustrating. And I've always found that frustrating. So you've got that side of it. And then you've also got the side of it that is that some of these celebrities are just not even known to some of us, right? And then add in the fact that the end result is going to be just shenanigans in it. You know, it's just going to be the best you can hope for is that after that match, some people will say, that was all right, you know, that was better than I thought. That was fun, right? I don't think anyone's going to say it was good or a technical masterpiece or anything like this. It's going to need shenanigans. It's going to need to have Michael Cole freaking out about it. I mean, you've got to remember Michael Cole, his job is to put this stuff over. So he's going to be like well into it. Corey Graves or Pat or whoever, they're going to be well into it because they're trying to get you into it, right? And so, you know, maybe there's some people out there where they'll watch it and they'll get something from it. But for the majority of us, for lots of different reasons, the ones that I've just highlighted, or some that I've just highlighted, this is not what we tune into WWE for. This is not something that the hardcore fans are necessarily looking for. This is just a way of getting casual fan attention. If you're a Jelly Roll fan, you might tune into SummerSlam because the guy that you enjoy listening to singing is going to goof around in a wrestling ring, and maybe that'll convince you to tune in. And so obviously they're hoping that the music press will pick up on this and that Jelly Roll's fans will pick up on this. And that's the reason as to why they're doing it. They're not doing it because they're expecting a fantastic match. Triple H has already said he has got a list of celebrities that want to do stuff with WWE. And by that, it means wrestle, doesn't it, right? It means get in the ring and do something, right? Because it's going to look great to them and their mates. That's what this is. It's kind of like rich, famous people. This is like bungee jumping to them, you know? They're in a position where they can hit up WWE and go, is there any chance I can do something in the ring at WrestleMania? And if they're famous enough, the answer's probably yes. So it's for them more so than for us. And it's wrong, and it's just wrong. I think we would all much rather whatever cards we get at SummerSlam, I'm fairly confident I will be able to find a match that's not happening featuring wrestlers that are not on that card. I'm fairly confident I'll be able to find a match and go, I would rather I watch that instead. That person and that person are not on this card, and I would rather watch that match than have to watch Logan versus Jelly Roll. But we know why they're doing it. They're doing it to reach casual fans. They're doing it so that, you know, we can get into the music press and, you know, kind of infiltrate other media groups, you know, like the music press and whatever. And, yeah. I mean, the one thing I will say is by putting them in the same match together, at least we don't have to watch two celebrity matches. At least we haven't got Jelly Roll on the Saturday, Logan on the Sunday. And I know that people are like, oh, Logan's not a celebrity. He is. He ain't a wrestler, is he? Right? He can't be classed as a bona fide wrestler when he's still only had X amount of matches. I mean, I think he's only had like 10 matches in his career. I mean, does that make him a wrestler now? So like you've got Jelly Roll maybe on the Saturday, Logan on the Sunday. You know, at least they're going to put him into one segment, and then hopefully that's it, and it's done. You know, it's one of those where if we can't avoid it, there's no way of us avoiding it. There's no way that we can not have it. Then I suppose just get it all in the same segment and just, do you know what I mean? It's like taking medicine that you don't want, right? You've got to have it and you're not going to enjoy it. So you might as well just go in one go and get it done, rather than having a little bit here and a little bit later. Just take it all at once, get it done. And so I will actually say that's probably preferable to the alternative, which is putting them into two different segments. So Yeah, I not a fan of it, and honestly, I don't think I'll ever be a fan of it. I know that for many of you, I just sound like a broken record. You're probably bored of me having this conversation, but again, there's always new people that are joining the community, so there's always people that won't have heard me saying these things before. And not only that, you know, I think this is also a little different because we're sort of seeing a celebrity against a celebrity. Obviously, we don't quite know what the match is yet. It could turn out to be some sort of tag match. It could be a triple threat. We could still get a wrestler in there. But I mean, if it is going to be Logan 1-on-1 against Jelly Roll, that's going to be very... Well, that's going to be very different. I was going to say interesting, but I've chose not to. It's going to be different because that would mean that Logan's going to have to take the lead. That means that Logan would be the one to make sure Jelly Roll doesn't get injured. You know, Logan would be in that sort of ring general role of kind of making sure that this thing goes smooth and, you know, no one gets hurt. And, you know, if there is a problem, Logan's the one that's going to have to quickly step in. And I don't know, man, that seems crazy to me. That's why I'm wondering if you put an AJ Styles in there or you put someone in there that can, you know, be that ring general, you know. So it'll be interesting to see what that match actually ends up being. If it is 1-on-1, that's not something we've really seen before. So, yeah, lots of thoughts there. This is not going to go away. WWE have got a list of celebrities that want to get involved, and unfortunately, celebrities, they don't care. They will do what they want to do, right? And if they want to get in the ring, they'll ask for that. They'll sort of not demand it, but they'll put pressure on that happening. Yeah, we'll come into WWE, we'll do something, but I want to do something in the ring because, yeah, that'll look great to my mates. You know, my fans will love that. And it's like, well, you wouldn't say that to UFC, would you? If UFC hit up Jelly Roll and said, we'd like to have you at UFC 320, is he going to go, oh, yeah, I'll do that, but I've got to have a fight? You'd be like, what are you on about? What do you mean? Of course you can't have a fight. You'll get murdered. It's like, he wouldn't even ask. He would just be expected to go and sing a song maybe before the main event or do the national anthem or whatever, right? And he wouldn't even think about it. But because wrestling is scripted and predetermined, these clowns think that they can get away with actually doing stuff in the ring. And it's fine because it's all fake. And that really annoys me. It frustrates me because we make wrestling seem less than. We make it seem weaker than it should be, you know? The heroes, the gods, the people we should be worshipping, that's the wrestlers. You can't do what the wrestlers do. You shouldn't be able to do what the wrestlers do because they're highly trained. It took them years and years and years. You shouldn't be able to just get in there and just, you know, wrestle. And it would be like Jelly Roll going in and having a UFC fight and holding his own against the fighters. I never understand why people watch those matches and go, yeah, this is fine. It's just a bit of fun, whatever. Like, I always felt and feel it makes WWE and pro wrestling look so bad. It makes it look just so... It looks like any clown can get in off the street and just... Well, just anyone could be a wrestler. Anyone could be a flipping singer, juggler, fire breather, flipping car mechanic. Just come on in. No, you don't need training. Come in. It's easy. Anyone can do it. We're going to have 2 babies doing it next week. Yeah, come in. Anyone can do it. Oh, my God. It's you know, it's like a lack of respect for pro wrestling. That's how it hits me. I can rant on this for a long time. I'm not going to. I'm going to abandon the conversation now. But yeah, if ever I get onto celebrities in wrestling, I love celebrities in wrestling. I think they should be in wrestling, but not actually wrestling. You know, have them as guest timekeepers, have them singing songs, have them bringing wrestlers down to the ring, have them as referees on the outside. Yeah, loads of things they can do. Have them booking matches. Have them ring announcing. Have them reading the attendance. Have them interviewing if you want. I can find a million jobs for them to do. but I ain't got no interest in them getting in the ring having matches. And my hope is that the kind of next generation of wrestling fans will kind of slowly start standing up to this. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, because if anything, we're probably living in a world that kind of really idolizes famous people even more than ever, you know? I mean, I just... If you're famous, you can get away with so much. There will be Jelly Roll fans watching this that are livid, because how dare you badmouth Jelly Roll? Who do you think you are? Do you know how good he is? Do you know how good he is at whatever it is he does? Yeah? At his magic, country music, flipping comedy. He's the best at it, yeah? There ain't no other comedic magician, musician from with a country slant as good as Jelly Roll, yeah? So you show some respect. Give a flip. Give a flip, yeah? Give a flip about Jelly Roll. Get out my ring. That's what I say. Get out my ring. It's not even my ring. It is now, though. I'm done. Anna, hello. For new watchers, Daze used to work in retail in like an old grandpa record store. This is true, actually. People would come in and they'd be like, "Excuse me, have you got this 1950s rock and roll track?" I'd be like, "Hang on, wait there, love. Is it this one?" Like this. "Oh, can you put it on the wireless?" "Oh, you leave that with me, love, don't you? We'll put this on. We'll see if it works." Yeah, that's me. I am very set in my ways. He does not like celebrities in wrestling. He's 21, says Anna. I am 21. And actually, do you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to have any lip from any of you, because I'm sensing there's a little bit of lip coming here from Anna. And she is known for that. But actually, if we go over to the ChatGPT folder, here's some facts from ChatGPT that's going to be unseen later. Here are 5 interesting facts about wrestling Daze from ChatGPT, yeah? Born May 2004 in England. His birthday is the 12th of May 2000. That is correct. No lies detected, making him just 21 years old as of July 2025. Not my words, the words of ChatGPT. So there we go. There we go. So I'm really pleased that Anna brought that up. And look, you can even check that out. It says the channel started in January 2016, and that is actually true. You can even go back to the earliest video on this channel, and you will see that that is true. So if that is true, that has to be true. That's how the internet works. So there we go. And this is true as well. His first upload was WWE Royal Rumble, my top 3 picks. It all checks out. It's all checks out. It's all legit. So correct. All of that. Absolutely correct. So, and I'm also correct about celebrities in wrestling, actually. Yeah, if ChatGPT was to respond to the comments I just made, it would be like, and he's also correct. Point number 3, it actually does say this, but it cut it off. Point number 3, Daze is actually also correct about celebrities in wrestling. They should know their effing role, just like The Rock said back in the day. That's what point number 3 said. All you Jelly Roll fans, yeah? All you jelly heads, yeah? William, will we get Uncle Howdy penis reveal tonight? Ooh, that might be a ChatGPT question, to be honest. That would be big. Well, I can't say it would be big. It would be... I'm going to say no. Right. Neo Nitro said, "I wondered what that was calling my name. I will be there by the time Smackdown starts. I might need a few. I am commiserating." Neo Nitro, what's going on? What's happening? Neo Nitro, shout out to you. I've seen all kind of things about the Fiend's jacket, says William. We know that it's leading to him showing his penis. Well, maybe. Cold Edits said, what was the point in having Jay lose his title to Gunther just to have Goldberg's last match, a predictable title one, and maybe have Gunther's second reign be underwhelming and forgettable? Well, I mean, I don't know that you're going to have him lose the title here. I think that he beats Goldberg. I think Seth tries to cash in, and I'm thinking Roman stops him. Roman then goes, leaving Goldberg alone to say goodbye to the fans. That's a rough outline as to what I'm thinking might go down at Saturday night's main event, right? A rough outline as to what I'm thinking goes down at Saturday night's main event. But if he does lose the title, then yes. I mean, the answer will be, we did take the title off Jay so that we could put it onto Gunther so that he could have that match with Goldberg. And that would be it. It would just be that. To be honest with you, it would make me question what was the point in putting the belt on Jay in the first place. Why not just have Gunther keep the title straight the way through? Why not just do that and then have him lose it to Goldberg or Seth or whatever? And then Jay would still be chasing and still be trying to get the world title. I mean, the support for Jay has not diminished. You know, if you look at his entrances, people will still go crazy, and they're still going to go crazy. Because the thing is, if you go to the live show, if you go to Raw, right, or a PLE, or even SmackDown if Jay's on it, and Jay comes through the crowds, and he's right by where you are, you're going to be hyped. I'd be hyped. Like, you're going to be hyped because, you know that people get excited when Jay's doing his entrance. You know that a lot of kids love it. You know that the cameras are going to be on you. You know everyone's watching. You're going to be feeling that as well. You know you'll be on TV, right? Because if he's going to start walking down towards the ring and you're right there, well, do you know what I mean? Like, and everyone around you's going crazy and there's the energy. Like, yeah, I don't see how that's going to stop, honestly. And it's not like people do the entrance, Jay gets in the ring, and then they all just sit on their hands. They're all still yeeting, and they've really got over that one more time thing so that he does it again. And I don't know, man. I mean, that Jay run was so underwhelming. And, I mean, I hated Gunther, like, flipping tapping at WrestleMania as well. I didn't mind him losing. But tapping, I still to this day have no idea why that was the decision we made. I still have no idea why that. Someone in a room thought that was a good idea, and I have no idea why. Maybe just to give the fans something to chant at Gunther? I don't know. You tapped out, and for him to get annoyed about it, like, is it that? Is it that? I have no idea. I mean, for me, the character of Gunther would rather pass out. You know, he's all about honor and all this stuff, rather than tap and tap to Jay. So, I don't know. Someone thought it was a good idea. We did it. And then Jay's run was so mid and short as well. And it ended up just going back to Gunther. So, I agree with you. If Gunther is now going to lose it, like tomorrow, somehow, with Cash In or Goldberg, I won't actually say, why did we put it back on him? I'll go a step further. I'll say, why did we have him lose it to Jay at WrestleMania? Because I understand Gunther needing the belt to lose it to Goldberg if that's what happens. I understand that. It makes more sense to do Goldberg-Gunther than Goldberg-Jay. I understand that. But why not just keep Jay waiting for the world title? Why did you have to do what you did at WrestleMania? So that would be my kind of question. Perhaps they looked at it and were just like, we wanted moments, we wanted talking points, we did a title change. I don't know. Yeah. Some of it's a bit head scratching, innit? Matteo said, Daze, I'm excited for SmackDown tonight. Jelly Roll's going to be there. He is. That is confirmed. Tag Team Championship match. I've got new champions Wyatt 6 Black versus Truth, yes. What's your prediction? Will Logan interrupt? Well, Logan is obviously expected to get involved with Jelly Roll. Wyatt 6, they've already lost the championships once in a match. Are they going to lose again? I think there is a chance of that, yes. But, I don't know, man. I think there's a chance they get it. I think there's a chance that they actually do get the job done tonight. So I'm going to lean Wyatt 6, but not with a degree of confidence. Because I still think there is a chance that actually the Street Profits could somehow find a way of stretching this out. Wyatt 6 seem to be talking about how the Street Profits are only being held together by these championships. And I do struggle with that. I said this in a video or stream the other day. I was like, this is a group that haven't had tag titles for 4 years. This is a group that have really struggled to get consistent TV time. This is a group that were put with Bobby Lashley and didn't really do a great deal. We had high hopes for that as well when they put them with Bobby. And we just didn't really get the payoff we were looking for. Bobby ended up leaving, of course. We put B-Fab with them. Nothing came of that. 4 years, I think it is, as a tag team where they didn't have tag titles, which, if you think about how shallow the tag division is, that is borderline insane that they went so long without tag titles. So for the Wyatts to kind of turn around now and go, it's only these belts that are keeping you together, you kind of go, what? What, you mean these belts they won a few weeks back or whatever? I don't know how long about it now, a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever. But what about the years and years and years before that where they didn't have championships and, they stayed together? The Street Profits have been together so long now that it's that's a real hard sell to try and make out that the belts are the only things that are keeping them together. That's a hard sell. It could lead actually to the Street Profits splitting. It could be that they are, the plan is that the Street Profits are going to lose the belts and then go their own separate ways, right? That could happen. But right now, based on what we've seen, that's a hard sell to tell me that. So yeah, I'm not crazy about that bit. But I think that the Wyatt 6 have got a good chance tonight. I think it's close, though. I don't know if they'll want to just stretch it out that little bit more, little bit longer, or if they actually get the job done tonight. So, I don't know. Can you have the Wyatt 6 fail twice in a row? I mean, you can, but I don't know how fans would react to that. I don't know how the Wyatt 6 fans would feel. If it was done in a creative way, in a way that's okay, I see where they're going with this, I think fans would be okay with it. But, yeah, it's a tricky one. That is a tricky one. Actually, it's so good. Let me do a poll. Let's see what you lot think. Will the Wyatt 6 win the tag titles? Will the Wyatt 6 win the tag titles? Will the Wyatt 6 win? Oh, I should put tonight, shouldn't I, really? I mean, there's no point putting that because I'm sure they'll win them one day if they want to. Boom, boom, boom. Yes or no? Lovely, lovely, lovely. Wrestling Russ, hello, my friends. Daze, do we think Jelly Roll is going to dance like Rikishi, Scotty 2 Hotty, and Grandmaster Sexay? Hello, everyone. I think he probably originally taught them all those moves in the first place, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, look, the word on the street is that he has been doing lessons and has been training, right? So we're going to see someone that is going to be very limited, is going to need to be led in a match, and is going to have a couple of moves up his sleeve. Might be a moonsault, maybe, might be something to the outsides, suicide dive type thing, right? I mean, really, if you have a match where there's pushing and shoving and a bit of shoulder barging or clotheslining, locking up, power, going to the outside, fighting by the commentary table, right? A few little bits and bobs just to kill a bit of time. And it all sets up to, you know, maybe Logan being on the outside, Jelly Roll looking around, Michael Cole on commentary going, no, he isn't. He couldn't. He can't do this. You know, and Jelly Roll's like, here we go, and goes against the ropes, does a suicide dive, yeah? Or something like this, right? I mean, there are people that will watch that and be like, do you know what? Fair play. That was actually better than I thought. It was more fun than I thought. I mean, you really can structure matches so that you just showcase and highlight certain things that a celebrity can do that honestly is going to be accepted and deemed as acceptable by the vast majority of wrestling fans. Yeah, a lot of wrestling fans will just go, fair play, respect, better than I thought. Wow, didn't expect him to do that moonsault or whatever it might be, and you know, and they'll get away with it. So I don't know that I'm anticipating this thing to be a disaster at SummerSlam. I've seen enough celebrity matches, and I've seen enough celebrity matches like Ronda's at WrestleMania 34 or Logan's early matches. I've seen enough celebrity matches where people are like, do you know what? Fair play, man. That was actually not as bad as I thought, or it was a bit more impressive, or whatever it might be. They know how to do this. WWE know how to put this match together so that it's not going to stink the place out. As long as he doesn't slip over or get caught on the ropes, or, you know, there be a botch or anything like that, anything bad go wrong, as long as it just goes the way they practice and have rehearsed, I think it'll be okay. Honestly, that's my honest answer. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be acceptable. But I also think it'll be something that just will not resonate with many of us like a few seconds after it's ended. Do you know what I mean? So it's one of those. I've got it out my system now, so I'm not gonna rant about it all the time. But yeah, I'm not keen on it. I don't. Who is actually asking for this match? Who is sat there going, yeah, I actually do want Jelly Roll wrestling? Who's saying that? Who are you? Get out! I don't know who's asking for it other than Jelly Roll. So yeah, you know, one of those. I don't think it'll be a chore to watch though, because they know how to structure these things so that they are acceptable, passable, borderline entertaining to the masses, you know. So Wrestling Rush, shout out to you. You might get some dancing from Jelly Roll. Like, he might do the Rikishi, Scotty 2 Hotty, Grandmaster Sexay stuff. He might do anything they can do to make this as entertaining as possible. They're gonna try and flip and do it. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if he starts beating up Logan with the hydration station. Do you know what I mean? Like, gets one of the big bottle, just starts beating him up with the prime bottle, and maybe Logan shouting, "Stop hitting me with my own drink," or something like this. That stuff the internet will just eat up and be like, they love that stuff. Oh my God, it was hilarious when he said, "Stop beating me with my own drink." It was so good. Yeah, I mean, okay, brilliant. Good for you. We clearly watch wrestling for very different reasons. Hannah said, Daze, after discovering those facts about you, and they were facts, it seems like you are winning at being the TTC. Literally no one calls me that but you, but... and an international celeb. Literally no one calls me that, not even you. But what can stop you at this point? Well, what can start me is the question. What can start me? Leanne, shout out to you, my friend, firing in a couple of gifted memberships, which is so kind. I do love, we've put a lot of work into trying to get that membership side really cooking, getting some really good stuff going on there. So I think that's so kind, putting in some gifted memberships. So shout out to you. But it's honestly, it's a rant-free place over there. I really don't go into big rants over celebrities on the members side, so you don't need to worry about that. I save all of that for all of you. Egyptian. Hello, what's the full name? It is Egyptian Pool Boy Mohammed's. And you know what? I've subscribed because I flipping love that name, and I can see your picture Because actually, if you click on the dots and go to the channel, you can actually see the channel. Egyptian Paul Boy Mohammed. That is good. You only have one subscriber and it's me? No way. Guys, I'm showing you Egyptian Paul Boy. Egyptian Paul Boy Mohammed. Yes. Yes, one subscriber. It's this guy right here. Yeah. It's this guy right here. Love that. Love that. I was in Egypt. And there was a Paul Boy as well, actually. Was it you, Mohammed? Do you remember there was a Paul Boy in Egypt? Do you remember that? In the background, was that you, Mohammed? Because we were streaming, weren't we? And there was like something going on in the background. And I was like, what the hell's that? And it was like 3 o'clock in the morning in Egypt. So when I turned around, there was Mohammed. What's this that we've got going on? Eh? What's this that we've got going on? Mr. Daze, your thong speedo is still here. Oh my God, it is. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. Mr. Daze, your thong speedo is still here. May I keep it in your honor? Yes, but please have them framed. Have them framed. I don't mind if they're in your house. I could understand you wanting to keep them, but yes, ignore the stains. It was a bad day, but that's amazing. I was really impressed, and now the ladies are impressed with me. I love it for us. You was really impressed, and now the ladies are impressed with you. What? Are you wearing the Speedos? Are you wearing my Speedos? Mate, I have them extra small as well. I have them extra small. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, illegally small. So you've done well to fit into them. You've done well. I bet the ladies are impressed. Probably impressed you fitted into them. You do need to do some degree of grooming, though, to be honest, right? Which obviously brings us to our sponsor, yeah? Womanscaped. So that's what I like to use, Womanscaped. Womanscaped, absolutely fantastic company. Really takes, I think, better care of your genitals than some of their rivals. But Womanscaped, honestly, it really does shape any kind of foliage that you might have to any sort of shape that you might desire, and I think does a better job than the rivals. So yeah, big shout out there from our sponsors. Love those guys over at Womanscaped. So check them out. Egyptian Paul Boy Mohammed. Certainly if you're going to keep wearing my pants. Yeah, so I do love this for us. I do love this for us. This is such a more hearty conversation than talking about celebrities in wrestling. And it's so lovely to actually have someone from my past kind of reach out and say hello. So that's great. Egyptian Paul Boy Mohammed, thank you, my friend. PJ93, shout out to you, said, I'm looking forward to tomorrow and Sunday shows. What is the excitement level for the week ahead? Also, my girlfriend says that you look like Tommy Turner. I brought the laugh to life. Tommy Turner, he's the Irish guy, but I can't remember what he used to be in. He was a comedian, wasn't he? But I can't remember any show that he was in. I just think I've seen him on, like, maybe panel shows or something like this. Was he maybe in Derry Girls? Did he make an appearance? He might have been in Derry Girls as the dad. Maybe as the dad. Don't know. Please tell your girlfriend I'm 21. And actually, what I think Tommy... How old's Tommy Turner? If he's any older than 21, I'm going to be livid. Tommy Turner. He is 56. So that is actually horrific. So please tell your girlfriend she's not welcome on these streams anymore. Thank you. Although, actually, she does also have a point, to be honest. She does actually have a point. I've got an image of him, which I'll put on screen for those that don't recognize him. And it's, yeah, both of us looking, one of us obviously in our 50s, one of us, I mean, it's a bit thicker than my beards, to be honest, but it ain't a million miles away, is it? It ain't a million miles away. If my, oh yeah, there's me. That's casual me. Do you want to see me leaning on a chair? There's me leaning on a chair. Let's have a little look over here. Yeah. Imagine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that lead. Look at that lead. Hey kids. With the beanie as well. Actually, do you know what? She's welcome back because he's not I don't think he's a bad looking guy. So maybe this is not the disrespect that it first felt like it was. Let's go. I mean, that could be me, in all fairness. When I like lean into the camera, get really close. Like, do you know what I mean? You can sort of see there's a similarity there. Yeah, she's still banned though. Tell her she's still banned. Just because I don't really have much power in this world, so the only thing I can do is like ban people. So yeah, just, you know, I actually don't mind it. There's probably a lot worse that I could be compared to, but I do need some sort of power. You know, like those security guards that work in, like, you know, different places, and they're like really throw their power around. I'm going to do that. She's banned. And you should also break up. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, bud. Been a member for 50 months. 50 months. I didn't even know there'd been that many months. I could only name 12. So 50 months. Carlin, 1985, Gareth says, has a great stream. Thank you, my friends. Have a great evening wherever you are doing whatever you're doing. Edward says, hello, buds. Hello. Love Island was fire tonight. Let's go. It was movie night in the villa, and my days, it was good. Really? What movie was it? There was drama as Dijon and Meg argued, but they will be fine. Shakira and Tony are whatnot as well. And whatnot as well. What movie was it? Blooming. What would you show in the Love Island villa as a movie? It's probably going to have to be something like flipping Muppets, in it. Is there like Muppets Goes to Space? You guys got to be something simple for them to follow. So it's going to have to be something along those lines. Zach said, I've had a forearm tattoo on my left arm. It took 6 hours from 6 p.m. to 11:35. Me and my mum were in A&E. God dang days. What a day. Zach, what the hell's gone on? Hang on. Zach, are those two things connected? Did you get a forearm tattoo and there was a problem and you went to A&E? Or is the A&E thing separate? It took 6 hours to get that. And then from 6 p.m. to 11:35, you was in A&E. Zach, flesh that out for us, because people are going to have questions. Daze, are you doing Serrano Taylor straight after SmackDown? No. I wish I was. I've actually watched their previous 2 fights, but for some reason, they've decided that Friday night is the right night to put this fight on, when clearly Friday night is SmackDown. So we've got SmackDown, and as soon as SmackDown ends, of course, I have to do opinions. I have to do Unseen. I need to get to bed as well, because obviously we got 2 shows tomorrow. We've got Great American Bash, NXT, and then straight after that, we've got Saturday night's main event. So Yeah, to be honest, anything this weekend was going to result in us not being able to do it. But some good news. Next weekend, we've got Usyk versus Dubois, the boxing world heavyweight, undisputed world heavyweight titles on the line, right? Usyk, obviously the man. He's already beaten Dubois once, but it was a little controversial. Dubois better now. I think a better fighter than when they faced. I believe this is going down at Wembley. It's going to be packed. It's going to be sold out. It's for the world heavyweight boxing titles. And we're going to do that next weekend. And then straight after that, we should be able to go into the start of UFC. So I won't miss any UFC. So I'm hoping that we can actually do 2 streams next Saturday as well. Boxing going into UFC, and this week it is Great American Bash going into Saturday night's main event, and then of course on Sunday Evolution. So lots of streams coming up to the point actually where I'm looking at my week and like the things I need to do in regards to like creating a game for Thursday, getting like, you know, things set up and whatever, and like unseen and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, where am I going to get my time to research? Where am I actually going to get a chance to sit down and look into that UFC event and look into that boxing event? So that's going to be a real challenge for me next week, actually. Trying to find a way of getting games made for the members, but also trying to fit in research. So, but that's, you know, for me to try and figure out, and I'm sure we will figure it out. So yeah, lots coming up on the channel, but sadly no Amanda Serrano. I would love to have done it though, because I did the previous 2 fights and I always enjoyed them. Right, Nick the Chain Guy said you look like Michael Fish, the weatherman. Okay, now we're getting more offensive, actually. That is actually a bit more offensive. Because I don't know if I can find a cool picture of Michael Fish. I can find a picture of Michael Fish, the weatherman, but I don't know that I can find a cool picture. That was a Brave figure I was showing the other day. I mean, if I got rid of this, and I think I do have that hat, actually, then maybe. I don't think I'll find a picture of him in a beanie. Although, I have managed to find a picture of him that I was not expecting to find. Is that him? In a bath? What? There is also a picture of me that's like this as well, to be honest. So, yeah, I thought I was going to struggle. This is a weatherman. I thought I was going to struggle to find a picture of him in a beanie. And I have, actually. But I think I found something better. Ladies, come on. Imagine after a hard day at work, you get back and this. If I do look like this guy, right? And I think we can all agree I do. He's clearly, I don't know, I'm 21. He must be, about 25? So, you know, in a few years' time, when I'm a bit older, when I'm an older gentleman, just like Mr. Fish is here, I do hope to actually welcome back a lady in my future by doing this exact thing. Yeah, by being in a bath, little bit of bubbles on the nose with some. Are they sunflowers? I don't even know what they are. I think they might be sunflowers. They look like sunflowers, don't they? Like that. Shouldn't they be roses or something? I think they should be roses. I'm pretty sure if you're trying to woo a young lady, and I'm guessing that's what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, but I don't think he's trying to grow them. I think they should be roses. Roses are expensive, though. Perhaps these are cheaper. Perhaps it was easier to go and buy a load of sunflowers than it would be to buy some. I don't know. This is not why you join this stream, is it? I can't imagine many of you clicked on this thinking, oh my God, I hope he shows a picture of some weather guy that I've never heard of in a bath with sunflowers. And you know what? If you did think that, well, geez, you know, Merry Christmas. Because we flipping delivered. Absolutely delivered for you there. Uncle Rebel, shout out to you, firing in some memberships. Really appreciate that, my friends. Uncle Rebel, the current champ, down in the corner. Your box, actually, Uncle Rebel, your box looks a little small. It's the same size as what Nita Nitro's was. But it does, I'm just looking at it now, it does look a little bit, do you know what I mean? I think we deserve a little more... but the problem with that then is that it kind of starts to encroach, doesn't it, on that box up there? Maybe I'll have to play around with it a little bit, but maybe I could take the faction thing down a little, just a touch, just a whisper, just a little. No, there we go. No tears. No tears. There we go. Right, Nick the Chain Guy said, is Ryan Reynolds your body double? Oh, yeah. Oh, any of the big, attractive Hollywood guys are absolutely my body double and face double. I'm more into just trying to get this resized now, though, because it's bugging me. There we go. It's a little better. It's a little better. Everyone being represented. Right. Women Scaped. Oh, Women-scaped Incorporated. We appreciate the shout. Clean up that foliage, people. Yes. Women-scaped Incorporated. Oh, my God. You guys do God's work. Honestly, I've been in some situations where I really, really didn't think anything was going to tidy up down there, because sometimes I just like, let's set fire to it and start again. But actually, no, you guys came through, and I really do appreciate that. So, love you guys. The official sponsors of these streams, Woman-scaped Incorporated. Roger, hello, Roger. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Said, hope you well, Daze, and you, buds. It's a public holiday here tomorrow in Belfast. Enjoy Smackdown. Is it really? Public holiday? What's that for? Is it a public holiday here as well? I have no idea. What's it a public holiday for in Belfast? Public holiday Belfast. It might be here. I don't know. I have no... Public holidays just come and go. It is the anniversary of the Battle of the Boyne. I feel like I should know what that is, but I don't. But we'll have a good anniversary. That's on the 14th, apparently. What day is it today? 12th. What's the 14th? Monday. Oh, well, it's not that then. Hang on, have you lied to me? Roger, have you lied? Do you mean on Monday? It's a bank holiday here tomorrow. Yeah, you wouldn't have a bank holiday on a Saturday. It'd be on a Monday, wouldn't it? Roger, do you know what's happening? Do you know what's going on, buds? But apparently on the 14th, it's anniversary. So there we go. Roger, shout out to you. Bring in education to the community. Daze public service announcement. Oh, here we go. PX is just borrowing the DWO titles. When we remodel our clubhouse, the remodel is almost done, and we're going to be retrieving our gold soon. Oh, Octavia, I hear you. I hear you. Edward said, Daze, it wasn't a movie. It was just clips of them dissing each other. Oh, that doesn't sound fun. Wouldn't they rather watch, like, Basic Instinct? Basically showing if their partners were loyal or not. My God, some of the boys moved mad. I will be honest, I don't know how did it. Edward, I'm so pleased that you enjoy that show. It sounds awful. It sounds like unnecessary drama. Which, you know, listen, sometimes you just want to switch your brain off and you just don't want to think. And that kind of thing can be good, to be honest. I could probably watch it if I was in one of those moods. But I don't think I would sit down on a weekly basis and sort of make time. Or is it weekly or nightly? I think it's on every night, isn't it, for a chunk of time? Yeah, it's not. It's never been on my radar, honestly. But sometimes you do want to just watch something and turn your brain off to it. Actually, when I was young, I remember that I used to, you know, if it was, I don't know, late on a Friday night, something like that, wasn't at college or anything, like, you know, the next day, I might be up to like 1, 2 in the morning because, guys, I'm a rule breaker, right? I break the rules. I don't give a flip. Yeah? Tell me to go to bed at 11. Mate, I'm still up at 2. Do you know what I mean? So I'm a rule breaker. And back in those days, you know, you could flick through the cable channels and, you know, Jerry Springer, man. I used to watch Jerry Springer and I wouldn't watch it like 6 p.m. in the afternoon or anything. It would always be on at like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And yeah, sometimes like at that late at night and you know, maybe having a drink or something and you just don't want to really think about what's happening. That's a brilliant show to just sort of watch. Just unnecessary drama, you know. I think actually Love Island probably scratches that same itch, to be honest. I'd imagine it probably serves the same purpose, but just for the current generation. So, yeah, we had Jerry Springer back in my day. It's not the same show, but I think it serves the same purpose. Uncle Revel said, thanks, Daze. If anyone can handle a box, it's you. They are all Project X boxes anyway, so it's all goods. It's a Project X takeover, isn't it? But that's what we're looking at. But Octavia says that the DWO are coming. AKF said, Daze, in my opinion, I don't think Gacy and Loomis should be the tag team of the Wyatt Six. I think the tag team should be Rowan and Loomis. That seems like a more effective and intimidating pairing. Do you know what, AKF? I actually sort of agree, but not totally agree, right? I think the tag team should be Rowan and Gacy. Yes, I know, shocking. I think it should be Rowan and Gacy. So I'm with you that it shouldn't be Loomis and Gacy. I think it should be Rowan and Gacy. Why do I think that? Well, I think that because I think that you want someone to go after the mid-card title. I don't think that's going to be Howdy. I don't think Howdy's going to go after the Intercontinental belt or the United States belt. Maybe he will. But I've always seen Howdy as being more world heavyweight champion kind of level. You know, if he's going to try and go after a belt, why would he bother going after a mid-card belt? Like, surely he would set his sights on the world heavyweight championship. Imagine Randy as world heavyweight champion and a heel, and then imagine Uncle Howdy kind of coming after him. I know the Howdy character has not been fleshed out. I know there's a lot of work to be done with the Howdy character, but imagine if the Howdy character got to a point similar to where Bray was, where the Funhouse and the Fiend and all of that stuff, like, you know, when Howdy came out, if it kind of hit that way, then I always thought that Howdy would sort of do that. So if Howdy is the leader of this group and he's going to go after the top title, that then means who goes after the mid-card title? Well, it leaves you Rowan. And Rowan doesn't really feel like the right person because Rowan is someone that is, you know, a little bit older and also, like, I think the muscle. He's the enforcer of the group. He's the biggest member of the group by a mile. For me, he is the person that's been there, done it. He's really only here to give this group the connection to the past, to strengthen that connection to the past. I don't think we've brought him back because he's an amazing wrestler. I don't think we've brought him back because he's an amazing promo. I don't think we've brought him back because he's an amazing, even character, to be honest. I think we've brought him back because he was one of the right-hand men for Bray Wyatt. And he was in that original Wyatt family. He's the last surviving member of the Wyatt family. And so, of course, it's a no-brainer that you put him in this group so that this group has got that connection even stronger to the past, right? I like Rowan. I think Rowan is big, strong. I think that there's a way of presenting him, even if he's not the greatest promo, even if he's not the greatest wrestler. I think that, you know, he's got a good look where, you know, with when you put like the masks on him, and even when you take the masks off with, like, you know, the long beards and everything. I'm not down on Rowan at all. Like, I wish him all the very best, but I don't see him as being a guy that you want to invest in to have in the mid cards. To me, you need to choose between Loomis or Gacy as to who do you want to be the guy that you put in the mid card. And for me, if I've got to choose between those two, I'm probably going to go Dexter Loomis because he's a bit bigger than Gacy. He's got more main roster experience. Gacy obviously was in NXT. He was kind of seen as someone being built for the future. I think I still see him that way, as someone that's being built for the future. So as of right now, I think take the experience of Rowan, the size of Rowan, the monster that Rowan is, give the promising inexperience of Gacy and put them two as the team, right? Kind of, you know, Gacy eventually will go on to other things in the future, but just put him in a tag team now. Get him used to being on the main roster. Get him used to kind of working in tag matches, and get him used to being with Rowan, and gives Rowan something to do. So I'd do that, and then I'd have Loomis kind of go off after the mid-card because I think he's got a bit more experience. I think he's got a better size to him as well. I think, you know, he's that little bit taller, and I think he's got a really good look to him as well. We never really heard him talk. He's never been a big talker. So actually, it's hard to judge him on his promos. I didn't really see a great deal of him outside of WWE, and since he's been in WWE, he's kind of done that mute character, hasn't he? He's done that character where he really doesn't say much. So I think that I would be looking at sort of exploring him in the mid-card with Gacy one for the future. Rowan definitely a member of the tag team. I agree with you on that totally. But yeah, I think I'd just switch it between Loomis and Gacy. But I agree. I think that Rowan should be one half of the tag team. I can totally agree with that because I just don't see the point in him just standing and watching on the outsides. I mean, you've got Rowan, Howdy, and Nikki all not doing anything. So I sort of feel like it is a bit weird. I think I would have that tag team go off and sort of do their own thing. Maybe they're going to do that, right? Perhaps that tag team will go off and do their own thing. You know, like how in the Judgment Day, we don't bring the whole Judgment Day down to the ring at the same time. Like Finn Balor and JD McDonough come down. Sometimes there might be like someone with them. You know, maybe a Carlito might have come to the ring with them. Maybe a Dominic would have come to the ring with them. But you wouldn't have had Raquel and Liv and Carlito and Dominic. You wouldn't have had everyone come to the ring for a Finn and JD tag match. So I sort of feel like maybe we're going to get to that point where the tag team can kind of come down on their own. They're still Wyatt Six. They still do backstage promos with the other members, just like Judgment Day. But maybe we're going to get to the point where we don't have to have Howdy and Rowan and Nikki just sort of sat in the entranceway not doing anything. And then maybe we can have Nikki kind of go in after Candice as a separate thing. And maybe we can do something with Rowan and Howdy. But I don't know what that's going to be. I wonder if Rowan will actually end up being sort of like Howdy's security. I wonder if, like, you know, Howdy might go after a top title, and maybe the plan is Rowan will be on the outsides, making sure no one sort of costs Howdy the match or something like that. I mean, maybe that would be a good use for Rowan if that's what they're going to do. But at the moment, they ain't doing anything. So at the moment, yes, it feels like he should be in the tag team. But I think if they were going to really push Howdy as a single star and try and find a way of getting him towards the title and maybe have Rowan as his security, that could be really interesting. I could get down with that. I think this for me is where the conversation turns to the Wyatt Six about there still being plenty of potential. There's still plenty of things that we can do. This is not a lost cause. They're not dead in the water. We can absolutely still save this group. But I understand a lot of people have jumped off the hype train. I understand a lot of people are a bit underwhelmed with what we're doing right now. But, I mean, it was nice to actually do those cryptic things the other day, because that did feel to me like just a little glimpse of us going back to Nightbirds or White Rabbit. And actually what the clues revealed felt like something was on the way. It felt like something was coming. Don't know if that's a person or an entity, like a new character, or what it is. But, you know, like the whole knocking on the door shall open, all that kind of stuff, like Harbinger, and it feels like something's on the way. And obviously the 29th appears to be a big date for the Wyatt Six as well. Something's going down on the 29th. Probably more cryptic clues, to be honest. But it feels like we're building to something. And that's good. I miss that side of it, you know? And so it's nice to have that back. So there's a bit of life there still. There's a bit of life there. Just got to see kind of how this unfolds. Ben says, I get it. The age thing is a different conversation in the UK. You have to double the UK age to get to the US age. So it might be like 42 in US, says Ben. That's not how it works, Ben. It is quite complicated, to be honest. I can explain it. So when I say that I'm 21, what I'm actually saying in US terms is that I'm 21. So you don't actually have to do anything with the age apart from take it as I'm actually saying it, right? And it's not even me that's saying it, like ChatGPT is saying it as well. And I think you know how much money has kind of gone into the internet. I mean, if you think of how much money we've spent on the internet, you know, think of all the money, of all the investments, you know, obviously broadbands and, you know, fiber optics and security. Think of like firewalls. Just think of all the stuff that's been invested in making the internet secure and accurate. I mean, we are really at the point now where there's just no way that you would be able to lie and for that to be recorded, and for ChatGPT to then like repeat a lie. Like ChatGPT is like, I don't know if you've heard, it's like this amazing supercomputer. Have you seen The Fifth Element? It's like this amazing supercomputer, and it knows everything. So for ChatGPT to confirm that I am 21 years old, there's no fake in that. There's no fake in that. I couldn't fake that. I'd have to be like Elon Musk with like insiders and billions, and I'm just a dude. I'm just a 21-year-old dude that's sat here in Telford's in the UK, just living, just living, just surviving, just getting through, yeah? So I don't know where the confusion has come from. I think it's just haters hating, but yeah, happy to clean that up, to be honest. Happy to get that sorted because the truth needs to be told. Right. But how was the best AI, said Bismo. Yes. Now, was that in Hitchhiker's Guide? I also like the Red Dwarf one, to be honest. I forgot his name. Because it was a him and then it became a her. I think it was Holly, wasn't it? That just popped in my head. And I think How was Hitchhiker's Guides, but I only ever saw the film and I only ever saw it once. Connor said, do you think at Evolution we could see Naomi cashing in? Wow, do you know what? I just watched a little bit of Brian Alvarez, and I don't mind a bit of Brian Alvarez. And I just watched a bit of Brian Alvarez on Wrestling Observer. And I honestly, I didn't really think about it, right? But he made a really good point. And he was like, Naomi has got this new briefcase and it's got lights in it. And I was like, yes, he is telling the truth here. Just like how ChatGPT tells the truth. Brian Alvarez tells the truth. And actually on Unseen, we looked at this briefcase and it does have lights in it. And he's like, if they've just introduced this case like a week or so ago, there is no way they are going to have her cash in, because they are going to want to sell those briefcases. And this is the exact same conversation we had last year with Tiffany. Because do you remember when Tiffany got her pink briefcase? We said the exact same thing. They've just given her a custom briefcase. Why do you do that? Well, you do that because you want to sell briefcases, right? It's all about money at the end of the day. If ever you're sat there going, why have they done this? The answer normally is for money, right? So they've given her a briefcase and it's all like got proceed with caution and it's got flashing lights and all this stuff, right? And I believe they are selling replicas. So are they going to want her to cash that in like now, this weekend? Or are they going to want to sell some of those cases first? They're going to want to sell some of the cases first. So I actually agree with them. I think that they are going to want to shift some of those cases. I think she'll tease cashing in. I don't think she succeeds. Maybe SummerSlam. I mean, we know at SummerSlam we're going to be getting Tiffany versus Jade. And, I mean, look, Naomi would love to prevent Jade from winning that championship, yeah? Not only would Naomi love the championship, but she would love to prevent Jade from getting it. So I don't think she cashes in this weekend, no. She might try, but I don't think she succeeds. But yes, I am looking at SummerSlam. But even that might be a bit close. That only gives them a few weeks to shift a few of these briefcases. So maybe she might try and cash in and not succeed. And perhaps Jade gets the belts. Jade has a little run. And maybe Naomi cashes in later in the year. I think Seth also tries. Some people are thinking Seth succeeds. And he could. Some people are thinking, there's lots of thoughts actually. Some people are thinking Goldberg wins, Seth cashes in, right? And that could happen, you know. Some people are thinking Gunther wins, Seth cashes in. Some people are thinking Seth tries to cash in but doesn't succeed. I mean, to be honest with you, I think the one thing that we can guarantee is Goldberg is not leaving as champion, because it doesn't really make much sense. Because he is done. He's going to have retired, yeah? Unless he's going to rock up on Monday Night Raw and say the title is now vacated and we're going to do some flipping tournament or something, right? Which could be fun, actually. But I don't expect that. So the one thing I'm really not expecting is Goldberg to leave as champion. If Goldberg beats Gunther, then I think Seth cashes in. If Goldberg beats Gunther, we're all going to just be looking at the entranceway going, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Burn it down! And then out he'll come, right? So I don't see Gunther leaving with the belt. I think I don't see Goldberg leaving with the belt. I think Gunther leaves with the belt, but there are people out there thinking Seth will leave with the belt. So Seth cash in, possible. I still am going no. And Naomi, I'm going to go no as well, but she absolutely could try. Metal Mama said, I believe everything that's on the internet, and that's why I believe Daze is 21. Metal Mama, this is why you're like one of my favourite community members, honestly. Because you don't mess around. Yeah? You don't like all these people into their conspiracy theories. Because there's some horrible conspiracy theories out there that I'm actually not 21. And it just makes me so angry because conspiracy theories are so dangerous. And that's a dangerous one. Yeah, I agree. It's a lot better to just believe, go with it, just go with it. Yeah. And I think a lot more people hopefully are going to do that after this very powerful conversation that we've had on this stream. So Metal Mama, shout out to you. AKF said, I agree. I thought Gacy was younger than he is. I just searched up his age. Shockingly, Howdy is the youngest member of the group. That is surprising, to be honest. I would have thought Gacy was amongst the youngest. Probably because, obviously, he hadn't been on the main roster until this group kind of came through. Maybe that would be a factor. I don't know how old he is, actually, off the top of my head, so let's have a look at his age. How urgent is it that we move with Joe Gacy? Not that urgent. He's 37. 37. I think you're fine until 44, 45 in this day and age. Certainly if you're a guy, Charlotte was talking about this. If you're a girl, you're probably done by about 22. But if you're a guy, you've got till about 45, 46. Listen, I don't make the rules. You can't blame me. It's not my fault, right? But Gacy has got to... Yeah, Gacy's fine for a bit, so... I'm interested to see what we do with him, honestly, because I think with Joe Gacy, there's a lot of people thinking that he is going to be that Bray replacement. And actually, that was the hope when he was in NXT, was he was this one guy that was doing, you know, that kind of stuff that was very Bray-esque. And so, I don't know why they didn't put Tatum Paxley and like Wendy Chu and a few others with him, actually. He could have formed his own group down in NXT. But he's found his way into the Wyatt Six. He's found his way to the main roster. And the question now is, how is he going to capitalize on that? How is he going to build on that? How is he going to grow? How is he going to grow within this group? How is he going to, like, stand on his own 2 feet? Like, at some point, he's going to need to break out of this group or go off on solo journeys. And, you know, there's lots of rumours about how they see a lot in him and that you should be watching the pig. That's what Tom Collahue has said from the start. And honestly, I think a lot of that is to do with just how much people expected him to be that next Bray. I mean, it's hard to be the next Bray. He's not going to be the next Bray. He's going to be the first Joe Gacy. But I don't know that there'll ever be another Bray. Just like it's going to be hard for there to be another Undertaker, right? But can he do something? Can he grab this? Can he create? Actually, you know, it does feel like that's a problem at the moment, the creating. Like, with Bray, he created characters. He created stories and scenarios. You know, he created The Fiend, and he created... the Funhouse, and he created the puppets, and he created the kind of kid show vibe and the counter to that, which was The Fiend. And, you know, he created stories like his feud with John, or, you know, him going after Seth. And, you know, like, we were creating things. I don't know what's been created by the Wyatt Six. I don't know what the Wyatt Six is. None of these characters are new characters yet. The masks have been created by Jason Baker, but they're all still based on the puppets. So we haven't been introduced to anything new. I can't think of anything new. I can't think of anything that's been created. I mean, we've had some nice vignettes. There's been some nice stuff there. Obviously, Nightbird was amazing, yeah, but that was a campaign to bring them in, yeah? I suppose you could make an argument that we had, like, the therapy sessions. That was new. That was good. That was Nightbird, and it was also over a year ago now. So what have we created since they came in? Since they've debuted? What has been created? I think a lot of people are looking at that, and that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for this story to be developed, to evolve. And who's going to take the lead on that? And maybe Gacy is going to have to be that person eventually. If we're sat here in a year's time and we're still in a similar situation where nothing new has been created, and this group have just not done what we all hoped they would do, maybe this is where Gacy then has to sort of break away and then start creating. And actually, because I think there's a big gap there. There's a big void where, do you know what I mean? Someone could come in and just... There needs to be a wrestler that has a world, that has created their own world, their own lore, that has got things to discover, that has got, like, secrets that are meaningful, that are well thought out. And you don't even need the cryptic clues, but just tease things. He's coming. I mean, that is it's such a powerful sentence in wrestling. They're coming. He's coming. She's coming, right? They're on the way. Teasing the arrival of something and actually having us intrigued as to what is on the way. What is coming? Like, what is on the way? Like, it's very powerful, that. And then obviously if you've got characters and then you want to know how those characters interact and what their relationships are and flesh in all that world out, like there really is not anything other than the Wyatt Six I can think of that has got that going on. So when the Wyatt Six don't do those things and instead go after tag titles, you can totally understand why people are like, it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like, Motor City are going after tag titles. DIY are going after tag titles. Pretty Deadly are going after tag titles. I don't really need the Wyatt Six going after tag titles. What I need from the Wyatt Six is I need story, narrative, characters, intrigue, mystery. That's what you want from the Wyatt Six. So I don't know. Gacy, I think, is very interesting. I think he's someone that we all hope could be that next creative force. I just hope he can do it within the Wyatt Six. And if we're still sat here in a year's time and we just have not made any progress with that, then hopefully he can find a way of maybe branching out and being that creative force. Because I think that's what people are waiting for. It's what I'm waiting for. And I don't think I'm alone. Well, I mean, I am, but, you know. Metal Mama said they could have had glitches and clues with the tag teams like they did with the other people. What was the purpose of that again? I hate it, says Metal Mama. I hear you. I understand. Part of me wonders if this is just a way of getting them on TV. Part of me just wonders if this is just a way of, like, do you know what? There comes a point where it's a little bit like me with Unseen, right? So obviously I couldn't do it when I was in Egypt, right? But when I got back from Egypt, I had every intention of doing it, like, literally the next day. And I've told this story, like, I think the next day there was like an earlier Smackdown or something. And then so I did 2 streams. By the time I'd finished that second stream, I had a whole day's worth of stuff. People were reacting to the first show. People were reacting to the second show. It was a mess. There was so much stuff. I was like, nah, no, there's no way I can do one today. So I didn't get it done. And then the next day I was like, right, I'm doing it today. And on that day, I think was Night of Champions, maybe. And so we did Night of Champions, flipping lost my voice. Because I'd done 2 Smackdown streams, and then I did Night of Champions, and after that, I lost my voice. So by the time I came to record Unseen, I was like... So I didn't do it. So I was like, I'll do it tomorrow. So then on Sunday, I tried to do Unseen, and there was no news. I couldn't have done like the stuff previous, because it was old news. And there was nothing that happened on Sunday because all the superstars were flying back. So there was no rumours. No one was tweeting anything. There was nothing. So I was like, this is a flipping joke. So, like, I kept trying to do Unseen and I just could not get it done. I mean, it's up and running now, of course, but I went through this period of about a week, actually, where there was all these different reasons as to why I couldn't get it going. And I wonder if that's similar to the Wyatt Six in the sense of they want to get going with the Wyatt Six. They want them doing things and they've got great ideas, but they just, you know, Howdy gets injured or Alexa, like contract issues, right? Rumoured at the start of the year. Braun Strowman they were going to do something with. He suffered an illness. Then, of course, you've got... Howdy coming back, but it's too close to WrestleMania. We're already locked in. There's no way of doing anything with them at this time, so we've got to wait for WrestleMania to be done. And I wonder if it just got to a point where they were like, do you know what? Let's just get them on TV. Let's get them in the tag division because we're trying to build that up. We've got Loomis and Gacy, who are fine to wrestle. There's no issues. So let's just get them going. Let's have the rest of the Wyatt Six at ringside. And let's just get them on TV. And I wonder if this is actually just a way of getting them on TV, getting them regular TV time, getting them back into matches, finding a way of using them so that once we've actually got up and running and, you know, maybe we've got the tag belts on and whatever, they're just now in the creative process. And all of a sudden now it's just a lot easier to... you know, I mean, do stuff with them rather than trying to constantly wait for perfect time. It's a bit like, I'm doing Unseen now and I'm in that rhythm. And I feel like, I can keep doing this. This is fine. Like, there'll be an Unseen tonight. There'll be an Unseen tomorrow. And so I'm up now. I'm up and running. And I wonder if that is similar to what they've tried to do with Wyatt 6, where we could look at it and go, yeah, but that would be better, or that would be better, or why didn't they do these vignettes, or why didn't... Perhaps it's just, no, you don't understand. This has been a nightmare, and we just want to get them on TV. And I wonder if it's that. I really do wonder if it's that. I really do wonder if it's just, let's get this plate spinning. You don't understand. The plate has fallen on the floor and it's smashed. We've had to go and buy a new plate, put it on the stick, and now we're just spinning it, right, to get it going. And once it's actually spinning, then we can do some tricks, which I don't know if you do tricks with spinning plates. I would. I don't know if people do. But I wonder if it's just something along those lines, So, yeah, this is why I'm not, abandoning the Wyatt 6 or really down on the Wyatt 6 or massively even worried about the Wyatt 6, because in my mind, I'm sort of looking at it through that lens of let's get this plate spinning and then let's see where we go from there. Could things be better? Yes. Could we do more interesting stuff? Yes. Are they on TV? Yes, they are. And maybe it's just that right now. Carla said, song, Somebody Save Me with Eminem. Carla loves that song. I don't mind a bit of Eminem, I've been putting loads of stuff actually onto my computer, and I'm going through a Pink Panther stage at the moment. I was talking about this on the Wrestling Escape Pods, and as we all know, I'm 21, so I'm really kind of with the current music scene. So I'm really into Illegal by Pink Pantherus. Big track, check it out. It's going to be the song of the summer. And I don't mind a little bit of Eminem, to be honest, but I did find his later stuff just really lost me. I liked him when he was more comedic and goofy and, those kind of earlier albums. And then I think maybe drugs got in the way. Just like me and this stream, I think drugs just really get in the way. And then he started doing more serious stuff. I don't know if someone said oh, you're not really a rapper, you're just a clown. And he was like, oh, I'll show you. And then started doing more serious stuff. But I didn't like it as much. Although Rap Gods is very good, which is where he's got crazy flow. Yeah. Crazy flow. That is on... Which album is that? I don't remember what album that's on. I don't think that's Marshall Mathers 2. But I do like those early 2000s, kind of late 90s albums. But then after that, I don't know. I don't know that he really did anything much after that really grabbed me, to be honest. So Somebody Save Me. I'm not sure what period that is. I feel like that might be a duet with Rihanna or something. Is that true? Have I made that up? I might have made it up. I don't think I did that. I'm going to Google it. Somebody Save Me. I can hear Rihanna saying that in my head. Somebody save me. It's got Jelly Roll in it. I'm well off. What's the one that she sings? Did she do a song with him? Rihanna and Eminem. Love the Way You Lie. That was it. That's the one I was thinking. I was thinking of Love the Way You Lie. Love the Way You Lie. Somebody Save Me. But it's got Jelly Roll in it and we don't like him. Because he thinks he's a wrestler, but he's not. He's a clown. When did this come out? 2024. He's doing songs with Jelly Roll. Oh, God. Perhaps Eminem will be involved in the match. Well, that's the special guest referee sorted. There we go. This was on his album, The Death of Slim Shady, which I did hear about, actually. I heard it was meant to be a little bit of a comeback to his kind of more comedic self, but gotta tell you, mate, the reviews for that album, not great. Metacritic, 46 out of 100. Clash, 5 out of 10. Guardian, 3 out of 5. Independent, 2 out of 5. Enemy, 3 out of 5. Pitchfork, 4.8 out of 10. Do you know what I mean? These are like Nia Jax match scores. Do you know what I mean? Oh. Rolling Stone, 2 out of 5. Oh. Oh. Have we got any reviews for Somebody Save Me? How did that do? Got to number 32 in the UK charts. Got to number 27 on the Billboard Hot 100. For an artist as big as Eminem. I don't know, Carla. I don't want to say that Jelly Roll ruins everything he's involved in, but... So I'm just looking at one thing here, and do you know what I mean? Number 48 in Australia. Number 22 in Canada. That might be how Jelly rolls, but it ain't how I roll. So... But as long, Carla, as long as you enjoy it, Flower. As long as you enjoy it, my flower, that's all that matters. But yeah, people didn't buy it. Sorry about that. Metal Mama said, I'm an Eminem stan. Which is funny, actually, because he created that, didn't he? I mean, Stan, I believe, is from his song Stan, about a fan that's, like, too obsessive. So, like, that whole people saying they stan people, I believe... is Eminem. I don't think it came... I don't think that was around before that song. Carla said, Daze, just listen to it. Yeah, but I don't want to because I hate Jelly Roll. Because he's like a juggling comedian or something. I don't know what he does. I would have listened to... I would have been a lot more positive if Mr. Roll was not on it. Yeah? But now I've found out Mr. Roll wants to ruin the game I love. I'm not as kind anymore. I'm an Eminem stan. More than anything, I've listened to him since I was a wee little boy, says Metal Mama. Don't talk shiz about Eminem. You can talk shiz about Jelly Roll. Thank you. And his donuts, all you want. Is that the name of his fans? Does Jelly Roll call his fans the donuts? I hope so. I'm going to do that going forwards. Yeah, I just praised him. I just said he was good and I really liked him, and I've got him on my little record player. Yeah, my little music device that I've got. I really like him, but I've only got like Eminem Show and Slim Shady EP or LP and Marshall Mathers LP. You know, once he starts getting, like, Relapse, you can't tell me you like Relapse. You can't look me in the face and tell me you like the album Relapse. You can't do that. Because it sucked. And you can't even look me in the face and say you like Revival. You can't tell me this. You are nostalgic for OG Eminem, and I bet even you abandoned him as it got into his later stuff. Yeah? Don't you bring this energy round me. Yeah? Don't you bring this energy around me. I know the truth. We all agree that he dropped off and Kendrick Lamar came along and took the crown. And, but yeah, I mean, look, maybe this track's good. I doubt it because Jelly Roll's on it, but maybe it's good. I mean, the genre is country hip-hop. I mean, what am I meant to do with it? Do you know what I mean? Those two words don't even go together. Those words don't fit. Country hip hop. What does that mean? Doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, the only thing I think of if I think of that is maybe Lil Nas X, you know? And that kind of, I don't know how people feel about that anymore. Yeah, I don't know if people still like Lil Nas X. I've not heard much about him since he had his hit. But country hip hop, it's a fad. It's a fad, mate. It's like Angel Delight, yeah? It's like banana splits. It's like prawn cocktails. Everyone had them in the 70s, but people ain't having them now, yeah? Country hip-hop, what the flip? Not having it. Forbray said, Daze, Rihanna also did The Monster with Eminem, and I love that one, says Forbray. Forbray, thank you. I bow to your musical knowledge. Josh said his albums always get bad reviews. That they re-rated a few years ago higher. People don't listen well enough the first time around, says Josh. Josh is flying the flag. Josh is not giving up, man, on later Eminem. So listen, I respect it. It's not my bag. But I respect it. I didn't realise we had such a passionate latter stage career Eminem community joining us here. I did not mean anything, but by going off on your god. But I'm just saying his earlier work, it just grabbed me more. That's all I'm saying. Harbour Binger said there's a new Wyatt's tweet, and David says there's a new Wyatt's drop. What's going on? 2 minutes ago. Oh, God, it's 2 minutes long? Okay. Well, can I watch this here? Will this end up being on the show?
There's a difference between being remembered and not forgotten.
Well, that is, that's what he said before, isn't it? I don't know if I can show this. Behold, the hour is at hand. It's just, it's Bo that's talking. With dramatic music. Oh, hello. What's that? Oh, Street Profits. Something just flickered on screen, and I think it was just the Street Profits. I don't like this dropping whilst I'm trying to stream. You get a glimpse of something, and I can't figure it out. It's probably just the Profits. People will have screen. Yeah, it is the Profits. This was what I was looking at, by the way. I know this is not fun. It's not meant to be. This is the video, and that's what he's kind of... Yeah, you see that there, that bit? I was like, oh, what's that? But it is just the Profits. It is just the Profits. I think this is just maybe setting us up for tonight, maybe. I still don't know if I can show this or not. It'll be on the show, said James. That is my concern. The fragmented bonds of brotherhood has become splintered. I'm just watching the end. This is only the beginning. Okay. I sort of feel like, right, I mean, I don't know, I've just given it a glance. I don't know if there's anything in there that is earth-shattering, mind-blowing. It looks like a good, fun video, but it seems to just be vocalizing a lot of the things that were in the cryptic clues the other day. So if you didn't actually work those out, I wonder if they've just put them into a video and just verbalized it and gone, here you go. This is the stuff you could have worked out the other day. We're just going to say it now. Yeah, so, you know, he's talking about the bonds between the tag teams. They're showing imagery of the Street Profits. And, you know, it's a good promo. It's more of what we need. But I don't know that there's anything there that is like mystery. I don't know that there's anything there that's being teased. I don't know that there's anything there that's kind of enriching any characters. The only thing I'd say is he's talking about this is just the start. And that obviously is quite intriguing. That's good. This is just the start. And also him communicating, laughing, being like, you know, manic. Like that's a good presentation as well. So definitely taking some positives from that. But equally, I don't think I can sit here and go, oh my God, did you just see that new video? It's just, do you know what I mean? We're going in this crazy direction now. Like, I didn't get anything from that in it, but I only gave it a quick glance. I agree with James. It probably will be on the show in a moment. James said, did you see any of the cricket? Archer back looked really good. I saw the first 20 minutes. I saw Root get out. I saw Stokes get out. And then I was like, I'm going to bed. So I literally went to bed at that point. I went to bed about 11:30 this morning. And then I got up about 5:30, 5:45-ish, and saw England actually had done well to get to the score they got to. Did not expect that when I went to bed. And then I saw India really digging in, actually. I just missed the Gill wicket. And then really I just saw India add about 30 runs at the end of the day. I mean, they need to get some inroads there, don't they? England definitely need a lead in this first innings. They'd be okay with a very, very small deficit, but you want a lead. They had to work so hard to score what they got. You'd want to get a lead. So I'm really, it's tense. It's a really tense one, this one. It's very close, nip and tuck, and I won't get a chance to watch any tomorrow. My plan is to go to bed well before it actually starts. Need to be up, obviously, for NXT and all of that, so it's not going to be a good day for me watching the cricket tomorrow or Sunday, to be honest. But so is life. I just hope that England can get the win and go 2-1 up. Don't mind a bit of cricket. That's the English side of me coming through. Right, how long we got? 3 minutes, my friends. 3 minutes. 3 minuten. Yeah, interesting. See what that teases to. Here we go. Jelly Roll is planning on working a tag match at SummerSlam. Oh no. Okay, well, we did say that it's going to be crazy if it's just Logan versus Jelly Roll, because the flip. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you do Logan against Jelly Roll, who's going to be the ring general? Do they really trust Logan that much to be the ring general? So that was the concern or the question. Now we've got a bit of clarity. So this coming from PW Insider, right? Jelly Roll is planning on working a tag team match at WWE SummerSlam. His tag partner will be Randy Orton. Randy Orton. Is this the match that you hoped Randy Orton would be involved in at WrestleMania? Answers on a postcards. Answers on a postcards. Is this the match that you hoped Randy Orton would be involved in at WrestleMania? Do you know what? I've already had my rant, so I'm fine. I'm covered. I feel great, actually. I feel like I got it all out my system. Yeah, sorry, Carla. What was you saying earlier about some song that you liked, Carla? Wasn't there some song that you was trying to convince us that was good, that had Jelly Roll in it, Carla? Nah, I feel good. Honestly, I've got it off my chest. I feel like a new man. Right. We are about to get underway with Smackdown. Here we go, says Carl. Ben said, Evolution is Sunday, and thinking about it now, it's no wonder they dropped the Divas title. There were too many... Oh, dear, Ben. I don't think I can read those things out. Carla says, I'm here. Well, you should be ashamed. Be ashamed, Carla. But I hope you will. Okay. Smackdown time, said Scottish Nightmare. Muggsy said Smackdown time. Okay, here we are. Welcome to Friday, said Blue Will Sonic. Blue Will Sonic, I always enjoy your grades afterwards. Shout out to you. Bum, bum, bum. Five, six, seven, eight. Okay, where are I don't even know where we are. Nashville, are we? Right, it is UFC tomorrow. Lewis against Teixeira. There are the Street Profits. Oh, hello. Montez dressed like a little, like a cowboy. Oh, hello. Oh, QR codes! Flipping QR codes! QR codes! There he is. Bumps into Randy. Randy's wearing an Andre the Giant thing. Oh my god, guys, QR codes! I wonder if that's just going to go to that video. Joe's like talking about Jelly Roll, all excited. Perhaps that is exciting for Nashville. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight. QR codes? Yeah, I don't know what's in it. I didn't grab. I was not ready for a QR codes. Can you ever be ready for a QR codes? I wonder if that will just take to the video. Dun, 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 dun. Who got the QR codes? Okay, here we go. I might be able to get it on screen for you. How do I make that? How do I get that on screen? No. Don't want to do that. I want to do this. There you go, friends. I've just trashed this to get that for you. I'm going to leave it there, see. LA Knight's in the ring, by the way. I'm going to do it. Oh my God, I'm going to help myself. Predictions and spoilers. LA Knight in the ring. LA Knight, yeah. Where do we go? Oh. It only takes you to the flipping thing. What the don't even bother. Don't goof around with this. You goofs. Well, that's disappointing, isn't it? QR code just took me to that tweet, said Wendy Lucha. Yeah, no. Okay, so he's talking about Bron Breakker, LA Knight. Those guys tried to hurt me. They tried to injure me. They tried to get me out of the WWE. LA Knight. This is 2 hours now, said Porky Pig. Yeah. LA Knight's goated, said Leanne. We are over 1,000, baby, said Wrestling Russ. Wrestling Russ. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to everyone joining us. Seth, I want your dignity. I want justice. And if I'm honest, I want to hurt you. The glasses came off for that line. To be honest, they need to build this match because people like LA Knight. But I don't hear much talk about this match. I think part of the problem is we're all expecting Braun and Bronson to come down to the ring. LA Knight said he is the spoiler. He does a little Heyman impression, which is good. Ah, here's Heyman. Oh my God, say his name and he appears. I believe in Paul Heyman. Here's Heyman. He's got the briefcase. He's going to cash in. He's going to flipping cash in. There's no one to cash in on. Idiot. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, they were a bit off cue. They did jump a little early there. Smash that like, said Wrestle Night. Shout out to you, buds. A night. Yeah. Got the Prime Hydration Station. It's quite a nice briefcase, that, actually. Black and golds. Just like Kid Cudi. Oracle. He is the Oracle now. Did you catch that? Last week, they're calling him the Oracle now. He was a wise man, but now he's an Oracle. I look into the future for LA Knight, but I see nothing. Because LA Knight has no future at all. Sonny, how do you feel about Paul Heyman taking your job away? I get the feeling that Heyman's just one step away from doing tarot card pulls. His Tama Tonga, JC and Solo with their new MJF shirts. Some things change. Some things stay the same. Heyman's between a rock and a hard place here, isn't he? He can't get in the ring with LA Knight, but he certainly hasn't got friends with Solo. There's no more bloodline. No more tribal chief. OTC1, 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 OTC1. OTC1, OTC1. If you want to live to see another day, leave the building right now. Leave the building right now, otherwise we're going to put your big ass through the table like we did last year. And actually, he's heard enough. He's off. That's not a prediction, it's a spoiler, and Heyman's gone. JC loves that as well. JC thinks that's hilarious. I know it's not MJF on the shirt, but it is crazy how similar they look, says Jay. James said, that OTC1 shiz is effing pathetic. I'll tell you what's changed, says Solo. I'm the new United States champion. The man that beat you at WrestleMania, I beat him. He's gone. Oh, I don't think he's gone. So he's talking about Jacob, of course, and the crowd start chanting Fatu. Oh, look at that lady. Oh, my God. I wasn't expecting to see her. Just a lovely lady in pink, just in the corner, just loving life. I tell you why she stands out. She stands out because she's not wearing a black shirt. Flipping all wrestling, even me. If you're into wrestling, you're drawn to the color black. She looks like Mae Young. It's like we got Mae Young in the crowd. LA Knight chants. Bless that lady. She's down with the OAP. Yes, man. The crowd are going to chant OTC. We're going to chant OAP. 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 Very good, Kaz. Very good. Is that her daughter, maybe, that's next to her? I need to know who brought who. Did she want to go the wrestling? Perhaps she came along with, like, the grandkids or something. I don't know what's going on, man. Perhaps she loves it. I don't know. No, I bet she does love it. Here's Jimmy. Big Jim. Perhaps she loves a bit of Big Jim. Big Jim getting in there. Jab to the midsection. Boom! Across the back. JC to the outside. Big Jim. Big Jim in the house. Jamie said, do we think LA Knight wins over Seth at Saturday night's main event? I do, bud. Yes. I do. I think when you've got the briefcases, you can lose, honestly. I know that people don't agree with that, but I always think you can lose because ultimately you cash in and you become world champion. You get the last laugh. So you're in a position where your future success is pretty secured. I mean, all right, you might not successfully cash in, but chances are you will. It's more likely that you will than you won't. So I sort of feel like Seth could lose to LA Knight and then, you know, at some point over the next month, whatever, cash in. That dude dressed as The Fiend just caught me off. Okay, everyone calm down. Here's Adam Pearce. It's all getting a little bit out of control. I know you're the US champion. I know you've got some new friends. Mollywopped. What's that? That ain't an English term. Mollywopped. Nick Aldis is here to make a tag team match, but he's used the word mollywopped. I gotta Google that. Where the hell's that from? Who's Molly? And why is she being whopped? Mollywopped is widely used in the Bay Area. It's a Bay Area term. I was going to say, she ain't got that from the UK. I've never flipping heard of mollywhopping. Why are we whopping mollies? Its usage is to describe someone being soundly beaten. Are we allowed to talk about beating up mollies? This doesn't seem good at all. Mollywopped. We're not friends. Shirt. So Alexa's with Cowboy Carter. Charlotte, you'd be a terrible cheerleader. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Daze, Nick Aldis is American now. He was an American gladiator, said William. That's it. We've lost him. He was from the UK, but we've lost him now. He's off in the world mollywhopping. He's mollywhopping. If he was called Molly, I wonder how you would feel about that term. Yeah, here we go. What does mollywhop mean? Oh, no, it's a TikTok. I don't want to watch TikTok. I just want, like, I want to know where it came from. Where did it start? Mollywops. How did it start? I've heard mollywopped. They're referencing the definition of a... What? I've heard mollywopped out of my kids' mouths and out of songs they sing. It's 100% referencing the Urban Dictionary definition of a girl being slapped in the face by a guy's D. Oh my God, is that what Nick Aldis meant? Is that what Nick Aldis meant? When Nick Aldis just said that, and he said, I would have thought that you would have been more concerned about being mollywopped by Big Jim tomorrow. Is that what he meant? Is that what's going to go down tomorrow? Is that what Big Jim's doing? What the hell's going on? What's happened to the game I love? The hell is going on? I don't think Big Jim is going to slap Solo Sikoa around the face with his D tomorrow. I really don't. I know that we're trying to get headlines away from AEW, right? I get it. Honestly, I get it. It's a big AEW show. We need to find a way of stealing the headlines. I don't think that's happening. I really don't think that's happening. I understand that there are other meanings of this word, but I am legitimately floored that she would use this word that has a double meaning. It's just begging for trouble. Honestly, it's deplorable and disgusting. So what is happening? What am I reading? Like, what is going on? I'm on Reddit. I am on Reddit, right? And this is what I'm reading. So disappointed with Molly's new registered name. So has this horse been named Mollywopped? And this person is basically saying here that she believes that it's a girl being slapped in the face by a guy's D, right? Oh, hang on, I didn't even... When given... It rap songs use it as reference to this. Wow. This is insane. Do we think that Nick Aldis knew this? Do we think Nick Aldis knew this? Do we think Nick Aldis even realised the can of worms that he's just opened? It's so horrible. I can understand her not wanting Gumball Machine, but how in the world did she not choose Machine Gun Molly? People are coming up with alternative names for this horse. I don't even know where this horse has come from. She should have called it Machine Gun Molly. Oh my God, let's go. Didn't Katie want a special name for Molly? She believes it'll be really successful, but what an awful name to pick. Yeah, people are really upset this horse has been called Mollywopped. But apparently we're just using it freely on WWE TV. There we go. Deep dive. We've deep dived into that. Oh, imagine being new to this stream and Daze. And this is the first image you've got of this community said Opala's hobbies. Well, listen, we're just exposing things that are really going on. Oh my God, Fred Durst! Now there's a celebrity. He can have a match at SummerSlam. Not really. Wow. And look, it's not even a red hat. Shouldn't it be reds? He's changed. He's changed. He used to have a red hat. Now it's like baby blue. He's changed, man. He's changed. Wendy Lucho said it's Fred MFing Durst. Carla says, really? It really was. Yeah, it was really. But no, he can't have a match, really. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Right, there is Raquel on the outside. We're going over to our first match. And there's Sol Ruka. Okay, we have got women. So we've got Sol Ruka, Kairi Sane, Roxanne Perez, and I think we're about to welcome Alexa Bliss into this fatal four-way, and it's just a way of promoting this match for Evolution. Obviously, these are all going to be in action at Evolution in a tag match. Here's Alexa Bliss. It's good that Alexa's getting an entrance, isn't it? And she's coming out with Cowboy Carter. Look, Charlotte's, they're trying to have a bit of fun with Charlotte here, aren't they? They're trying to have some fun here. I think the Charlotte character got real serious, and they're trying to have a little bit of fun with it now. And I think she's trying to have some fun with it. They just sort of got in each other's way as they were walking down to the ring, and Charlotte was like, "Ugh." That's a new shirt that we looked at in Unseen. I think it was Brady that tagged it in for me. We're not friends shirt. Charlotte's like, I'm going to wait right here over by the fans. Don't get too close. You might get mollywopped. Right, we've got Kairi. She's ready to go. I think Alexa's going to keep that shirt on. Sol Ruka in there. So, Sol Ruka. We've got all the partners on the outside. Against the ropes goes Alexa. Lands on her feet. Sol Ruka with Alexa. Spinning around. Down goes Alexa. Sol. I wonder if they'll do the Soul Snatcher, actually. The Soul Snatcher is such an amazing move that this would be a great opportunity to do it, but then, I don't know, does it take away from Evolution? Or do you do it here so that people go, oh my God, that was amazing, and then when they watch on Sunday, they can be like, you need to see this girl. She's got this one move, it's so sick. There's Asuka on the outside. George said, we need a mollywop stipulation match. Book it. Oh, Thez pressed there by Roxanne Perez. I need to buy that shirt so that my co-workers can take a hint, said Dr. Luchalala. Guys, Jelly Roll is live tonight. Jelly Roll is live tonight. So exciting. Apparently he's going to be performing Somebody Save Me. It's a song he did with Eminem. Oh, going against ropes. Wow, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. It was so good we went to a black screen. She just kind of cartwheeled into like a backflip, cleared the ropes. You know, like a show pony that like jumps over fences. And it's like, if they knock the fence, they lose points. She just did that, and she did not touch those ropes at all, man. She went straight over, hurdled them. Probably best to say she hurdled them rather than show ponied them, but she did it. Very impressive. No sound, but we are at a break, said Scottish Nightmare. Yeah, no sound, but it's back now. It's back now. Sol Ruka, duck underneath, round the back, grabbing Roxanne. Roxanne is up and being spun around. Kairi is in. So that was actually quite funny. So she was being spun around. Kairi came in. She was like, oh, trying to make sure she didn't get hit. And then she finally stood up and got hit and immediately went down. It kind of looked like she was trying to figure out what she was going to do. And as soon as she just stood up, she got clipped. It's just classic slapstick comedy. The kind of things you would have had in the 1920s silent movies. You know, when someone's spinning a ladder around. Kick coming in there by Roxanne. Ben said, yes, it is. Glad to see Dustin still wrestling as the Sons of Texas versus... I have no idea what words you're saying. I think we're watching very different things. I'm watching Roxanne and Alexa right now with a back elbow there by Alexa. Alexa going over against the ropes. We got 1 minute 50 takedown there by Roxanne. Tyler said, Daze, I can't handle myself with Sol Ruka. Listen, you don't need to. Just let nature take control. Harry said, decent start, Daze. Do we think Cross could be the fourth man in Roland's group? Thanks from Harry in Northern Ireland. Hello, Harry. Shout out to Northern Ireland. I think there's a chance. The only thing I would say is I don't think that's what the group needs. I think I've said before what I think the group needs is it needs someone that can take some losses. When I say what the group needs, I don't mean from a Seth point of view. I mean from a creative point of view. If you was booking that group, I think if you was going to add someone, you would want someone that would be the butt of the joke. You would want someone that gets told to go and have a match with Sheamus and they don't want to, right? Because you can't have everyone looking amazing. Like, there's got to be someone that's going to take some losses. There's going to be someone that's going to let that group down. That's not carrying. You know, this is why an Ethan Page, a Ricky Saints, a Grayson Waller, an Austin Theory, a Sami Zayn type. For me, that's what's missing from the group. That's what the fourth person should be. Someone along those lines. So, no, I wouldn't put Carrion in, to be honest. They did say that they had, what should we do about Carrion? We got a bit of a problem. Could it lead to him joining the group? Well, you know, they've definitely got him on the radar. But I wonder if actually they go after him and they feud with him. Not sure. Don't know. It's hard to know, isn't it? Because they are all heels. So, I mean, he could come in. It's certainly not impossible. But it's not what I think the group needs. I don't think they need another badass that's just going to wreck people. Because they've already got that. Here is Sol and Alexa. And over goes Kyrie. Plus, I think that what we're doing with Carrion right now is working. I wouldn't change it. I mean, the crowd are right behind him, chanting for him, demanding him. I think he's got a great entrance. I don't know that you want to kind of... Do you want him just walking out with Seth? Do you want to move away from his entrance? These are the concerns. These are the concerns that I have. Shot coming in. Superman in the cinemas as well, by the way. This match brought to us by that film. You can see the logos on the edge of the ring and on the barricades. Knee coming in there by Alexa. Against the rope goes Alexa. And over goes Sol Ruka. 1, 2. Kick out. Jared said, according to AI, mollywopped means physically beating in WWE terms. Well, that's what they might want you to believe. But if you're like me, 21 years old, and you know all the street slang, you'll know it actually means something very, very different. Roxanne going up, looking for a moonsault, gets it, springboard, going for the cover, 1. Just a 1, Sol Ruka making that save on 1. Defcon Prime said, my AEW hot take, the AEW 4 Pillars concept was a bust. Legs up there by Sol Ruka. Against the rope. Big knee there by Sol Ruka as Roxanne is down. Kick out. Somehow kicks out. We got Raquel on the outside. Sol Ruka grabbing Roxanne, picking her up, slamming her down. Oh, she's going over into the corner, going up top. Kyrie comes in, goes over to Sol. What are we going for? I don't even know what we're going for. Headbutt, Tree of Woe. She's in a Tree of Woe. She's trying to get back up. She's still upside down. Kyrie, bang, gets it. Gets it. Sol Ruka, planted. 1, 2, and Alexa makes the save, as does Roxanne. Sol is down. Alexa coming over, grabbing. Kyrie looking over at Roxanne. These two now going at it with each other as Roxanne rolls up Alexa. This would be a really good match, actually. Roxanne and Alexa. Alexa looking for Sister Abigail. Roxanne going up, looking for Pop Rocks. No joy. Back elbow there by Alexa. Oh, here we go. Double Soul Snatcher. Double Soul Snatcher by Sol Ruka. Wow. Raquel puts Roxanne's foot on the rope. Do you know what? I mean, the Soul Snatcher is such an amazing move. Shouldn't that have just finished the match? I don't think they're going to win it on Sunday. I think I would have just had Sol Ruka get the Soul Snatcher and the win. Bah, Zarya into the edge of the ring. Oh, here comes Charlotte. Here comes Charlotte. She's coming round, grabbing Raquel. Oh, my God. Raquel goes into Joe. Raquel goes into Joe. Joe got mollywopped. Joe got mollywopped. Ah, spinning back fist there by Kyrie. Oh my God, Joe testicles got mollywopped. Right now we've got the insane elbow. Kyrie is up top giving the salutes. Ball, legs up there by Alexa. Perhaps Alexa is going to Sister Abigail her way to a victory. She's got it in position and Kyrie reversed. Oh, was it? That was like a reversal of a reversal. Well, that was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Shame it didn't mean anything. Shame it was completely irrelevant. That double soul snatcher's nice though. But Charlotte and Alexa aren't going to win at Evolution, says Jay. Right, let's go. That Sister Abigail was a little interesting, said. I can't even tell if it was something Alexa did or if it was something Kyrie did. I think Kyrie was trying to get out of it, but Alexa still hit it. I think it was that. I'm still not sure. Joe. Oh, look, there's Fred Durst in the background. God, he looks old, doesn't he? Grey beards do that. Okay, Women's Tag Team Championship Fatal 4-Way match at Evolution. Let's get match scores. Brony said the Wyatt 6 are jobbers. Kyrie botched that ending again, said Jaxler. Daze, I'm going to look for an Oasis album on Monday to try them out, says Sonny. Very good. I mean, I would say it can be a little bit hit and miss. The two albums, the first two are the two that people love. I think the one that might resonate with you might be the Master Plan, actually. That's a hard one to find, though, because it was B-sides. But that's got a bit more of a mixture to it, like slow songs. Some really lovely slow songs, actually, that Noel wrote. But then it's got a couple of upbeat stuff in there. It's got a nice mixture to it. But, like, if you want, like, the hits, What's the Story, Morning Glory, or I think the best albums definitely maybe, but those three are the three people love. And then you've got the others that get a bit of a mixed reaction. But yeah, you'll find some on any Oasis album. You'll find some decent. If you can find one at a good price. Jennifer said, Daze, you want the latest from the nursing home shenanigans. Jennifer, yes, always. Always. Brony said, the booking of the Wyatts has been horrible, and as a result, that has led to many just not caring about them. They don't have the same appeal as they did when they debuted. That is true. That is true. But I'm still hopeful that we can get somewhere good. Ben said, your heel laugh gets to us. Ben, shout out to you. Blue Will Sonic said, Alexa Bliss picks up the win. Rank B-. B-. B minor. Right, here we go. Oh, is this the tag team championship match? Yes. Yeah. Oh my God, that's amazing. Look at this. Shawn Michaels tribute gear from the Street Profits. Look at Montez. Oh my God, that's so good. That is so good. That is so good. Do you know what? Like, they could really have a lot of fun kind of coming out, dressing up as and paying tribute to like some of the older stars. Are they going to retain those championships though? Because this is going to be a big test against the Wyatt Six. That's great gear though. That's great gear. We're in Nashville, aren't we? Why have they done that in Nashville? What's happening? HBK wasn't from Nashville. I think the Wyatts going to win this, said Denley. Jennifer said they've caught two patients flirting with each other, doing adult things. What does that mean? Jennifer, what does that mean? Jennifer, can you just explain to us what adult things means? And the more awkward that can be for you, the better, to be honest. Like, in as much awkward detail for you as possible, can you just explain what they've caught two patients doing adult things? It's Kaz said, Don't Believe the Truth is a good Oasis album as well. Kaz enjoying some of that later Oasis. I think that was their second to last album. You'll find some on all their albums, honestly. Right, we are at commercial break. Do you think that Brie Bella might return and be in the Women's Battle Royal, says Connor? She could do. I think she does want to return. I don't really understand why we've not announced her because, I mean, would that be a big surprise? Would the place go crazy if Brie Bella came out? I mean, I don't think so. So, I don't really understand why you wouldn't announce her in advance. I sort of feel like if you want a nice surprise, just have both the Bellas go into it. That would be a surprise. I mean, maybe not so much now because we know Nikki obviously is in it. But I'm saying if we hadn't done any of that, if you brought the Bellas out collectively, that would be fun. But I don't know. We already know Nikki's in it. So if you bring Brie out, people might be like, yeah, makes sense. We are just at commercial break. When we come back, we will get the Wyatt Six entrance. And then we will be getting into that match. Yeah, where's Jennifer? Where is Jennifer with this really crushingly embarrassing detail? I'll give you a hint. The peen wasn't in the peanut butter. We had to explain that Granny got caught giving a BJ. What? Jennifer! No. In an old folks' home? No. Really? Too old in the old folks' home? Are they... Jennifer, are they all, like, mentally there? They're not, like, do you know what I mean? Like, got, like, dementia or anything. They're, like, they know what they're doing. I hope they know what they're doing, because I feel like we can have fun with that. But I can't. If they've got dementia and stuff like that, it's hard. Do you know what I mean? Ugh. Jennifer, I need the answer to that. I don't know how much fun I can have with this situation. Yep, and it's not the first time we had residents get caught. No way. It's just like unbelievable. So Jennifer, does that make you a sex worker if you're having to control these kinds of situations? You're dealing with sex. Jennifer, I think that makes you a sex worker. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that being discussed on this stream? Doc said, this is effing horrible. Well, it might not have been that bad. She might be good at it. A four-way botch fest. Only solid wrestler in there is the Prodigy, said Doc. Oh, the match. Sticking out our chins, waiting for a good wrestling match. Like they'll take a punch and then 80% commercial, says Doc. Well, here we go, Doc. Here we go. Now we've got the Wyatt's entrance. Do you think Blake will be in the Battle Royal, said YB Dub? She should be, to be honest. She should be. Because even if she doesn't win, you can still show her off and create a story out of it, you know? It's a celebration of women's wrestling, so why wouldn't you celebrate, like, the women we have right now? We should have that woman from the nursing home. We should flipping celebrate her. Jesus, she's doing God's work. Not that God does that kind of thing, but maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. Who knows what happens in heaven? Aaron said, if the old folks home is rocking, don't come and knock him. Absolutely. Absolutely. We had one first thing she unpacked was a toy, and she checked to make sure that thing was there. So when she arrived, what the first thing she got out? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who unpacked? You unpacked, or did she unpack? The first thing she got out was a toy. I mean, like, wouldn't that be the last thing? Like, and you'd wait for no one to be around, and you'd like, do you know what I mean? It wouldn't be like, do you know what I mean? Here comes Wyatt's. Jason said, based on the graphic they showed for the Battle Royal, I don't think there'll be a surprise. 20 women were shown, and since it's a Battle Royal, I don't think there'll be more entrants. I think there will be surprises. Maybe not in the Battle Royal, but I think there will be surprises. Here's the Wyatts. Made their way down. It's Gacy and Dexter. I was going to say Lexter. Dexter in the ring. Dexter Loomis. Will this be the moment for the Wyatt Six? This is what Bray's creative has led. All the puppets, Sister Abigail, the fun house. This is what everything has built to. Bray no longer with us, but we brought this group back, and it's all led to this moment right here. Are the Wyatt Six about to become champions of the world? Champions of our hearts. Right, they're going to have to get past the Shawn Michaels in order to do it. There's a little giggle there from the crowd as I think Montez is having a little bit of fun with them at the moment. I bet we get interference, because how do you say that the top of the ramp, I don't think they'll let them have the titles tonight. Right, here we go. We've got Dawkins in the corner with Gacy. And we are underway. Big Time said, Daze, I know that WWE has been getting a lot of flack regarding counter-programming AEW, but I do understand them wanting AEW grounded at a certain level and minimizing potential momentum. I totally understand it. I have no issue with it, honestly. I mean, it's one of those where I don't really understand why people would think that WWE would just allow AEW to have their big show unopposed. I mean, from a business point of view, how does that make any sense? I mean, you know, Burger King, Wendy's, they're trying to outmaneuver McDonald's. Pepsi's trying to outmaneuver Coca-Cola. of course WWE are going to do stuff to try and minimize AEW. So I don't know. I don't really understand the criticism. If people are like, oh, isn't that pathetic that they're doing that? It's like, well, it's business. I mean, this is honestly what I expect from WWE. So it's not something that surprises me or upsets me or... Yeah, don't know. I'm not bothered by it. Yeah, actually, it's the Street Profits that are getting in the faces of the Wyatt Six as we go to commercial break. It was actually Montez that was like on his hands kind of crawling over as the Wyatt Six are having to regroup here. Gacy getting back into the ring. Macarai said Taylor Serrano tonight. Who do we think is winning? Team Taylor all the way, right? Well, I would like for Taylor to win, to be honest, because I think both times those results have been controversial. A lot of people felt that Serrano had just edged that first one. And I think that the draw felt very fair in the first one. And then in the second one, honestly, I think it was Serrano. So I might have it 1-0 Serrano after 2, but the actual score is 2-0 to Katie Taylor. So I don't know, man. I mean, I'd like Katie to win so that she absolutely has a win and it's definite. Like, no one can say anything about it. Like, it'd be great if she finished Serrano, something like that, yeah? But honestly, I think Serrano might get it. I think Serrano might get it. It's one of those where, are they going to fight 3 times? And Serrano's not going to win once when actually a lot of people think she won the others. It's hard, man. It's going to be a good fight. They're some of the best fights I've ever seen, honestly. Absolutely incredible encounters, those. I think it's at MSG, isn't it? Isn't it Madison Square Garden tonight? So New York is going to be buzzing. Right now we got Gacy in there with Montez. Obviously the action just slowing a touch as we're at commercial break. TJF, hello. Logan's B said, I thought I would let you know I can't hear the audio on TikTok. Oh, really? Really? Okay, thank you for that. That is very interesting. Don't know why that would be the case. Okay. Yeah, I did just put a little clip up of... because I thought they looked so good. I thought people might like to see the Street Profits. So I did just put that up. There's a lot of people that aren't watching the show, you know, that might like to see some of these bits. So I did just put that up. But, yeah, I don't know why the audio won't be working. I'll have to have a look at that. It's really slow, though, this match now, you know. Really slow. Shot coming in there by Gacy. How long are we till we get back to the action? 33 seconds. 33 seconds and we should be back, baby. I reckon the whole Wyatt gimmick is still not transferring to the matches, says Chris. The 2 of the Wyatt Six, I'm getting headbanger vibes, said Donald. Daze, women under Smackdown, you should change to the Wyatt Six. Oh, yes, we can do that. I just have a little issue I need to try and resolve. Right now we are back to the action and we have... Boom. Yeah, it's gone. Deleting it. Oh my God. Okay, shots coming in there by Montez. Montez looking out at the fans. Dexter is up on the top. Hopefully this thing's going to get going now. Hopefully this thing's going to move a little bit. Dexter looking for a suplex. Superplex are over in the corner. Montez trying to block it. We've had 50 minutes of this show so far. So 50 minutes in already. Desperately trying to get him up. Desperately trying to find a... No joy. Goes over. Oh! Down goes Dexter. Dexter goes down, and we've actually got Nikki sat holding one of the masks, watching on from the entranceway. Crowd are applauding away here, making some noise. Crowd are getting involved, getting invested. Montez trying to make over, get that tag made. Oh, clothesline. Down goes Gacy from Dawkins. Tell you what, they're doing a good job of making it seem like this is going to be really hard for the Wyatts to kind of get past the Street Profits here. Nice kick coming in. Good work by... Whoa! Dawkins looking good. Yeah. In comes Loomis. Loomis through the ropes to the outsides. Gacy goes... Gacy just sort of ran himself to the outside. Now we got Dawkins. Air Dawkins! Why are we making the Street Profits look cool? Why are the Street Profits doing all the fun stuff? I don't really understand. We've got the Street Profits doing all this, like, hot tag, really fun work. Shouldn't it be the other way round? Right now we got Dawkins. He is up and comes down on Gacy. Going for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Gacy. Yeah, this thing's picked up now. This thing has picked up. Hannah said we need a big story for 2026. How about an invasion of celebrities? I'm okay, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. Duck underneath there by Gacy. Gacy against the ropes. Into a clothesline. Down goes Dawkins. Football Talk said you should go back and watch. Montez made himself fall and delay the hot tag as he realised he went a little early. Oh. Here we go, going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. If there's a clip of that, tag me in it. That'll be a good for unseen. Because I never saw it. Rowan is standing a little further forward here. I like the trousers of Dexter Loomis. They look like scales. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome as Street Profits. Dawkins went hard into the corner, mate. He went hard into the corner. They should have had Rowan in this match, said David. Wrestling fans said, I just realised Uncle Howdy and Nikki Cross are there. I didn't see their entrances. James said Liverpool have officially retired. Number 20. They've announced that today. Oh my God, another commercial break. Shut up. Oh my God. Is this going to be the moment the Wyatts win? Probably not during the commercial break. 3 minutes, 15 seconds commercial breaks, by the way. If you ever wondered how long commercial breaks are, 3 minutes, 15. Daze, are you going to get the Wyatt six figures, said Wrestle with Andy. I don't know, honestly. I mean, I like the look of them, so I mean, I could do. But, I don't know. I'm really out of like collecting the Mattel line. I just really don't buy any anymore. So to get the Wyatt 6, I mean, if they did them in the line, the Superstars, you know, the Walmart exclusive line, I love that line. I get those figures. I do still collect figures. I get those and I love those. But if they put them into that, they did do a Bray in that line. So if they were to put and they did Cody in that line as well. So if they were to put the Wyatt 6 in that line, I'd be very interested, yes. But I don't know, honestly. Maybe. Perhaps I'll see them and I won't be able to pass them up, you know. Because they would look great on a shelf together. And I've got loads of Bray ones, of course. So I'm going to take a break from wrestling, said Humble Rumble. I might come back for SummerSlam. Well, it's only a few weeks away, but... Hannah said the other suggestion is a love story between two up-and-comers and a mystery of who attacked a general manager. Well, honestly, anything would be great. Any kind of creative storyline would be, I would take. Nice suplex there by Dexter. Jeremiah said, who do we think is going to turn on the other Wyatt 6 members first? I might go Gacy, honestly. I don't see Howdy turning on them. I don't see Nikki turning on them because that'd be a bit hard to do. So I don't see those. I don't think Rowan would. I mean, he's fiercely loyal, and what would be the point in him doing that? So I think that really only leaves you Dexter or Gacy. I think it just comes down to Dexter or Gacy. I think it'll be one of those. If they're going to betray the group, it'll be one of these two. I might go Gacy. Just because I think he could break out on his own. You know, he had his own schism down in NXT. Dexter's always been with people, hasn't he? Like, Dexter was with Johnny Gargano. And, you know, was with Indy and all that. Whereas Gacy was kind of on his own in NXT. He did have that group schism, but then they split up. So, yeah, I think it'd be one of those two. Gacy is biting on that middle rope at the moment. We got 14 seconds to go. I'm a Villain said they need to do more with Nikki. Jay said those figures definitely look great. I won't lie. They do look really good, actually, yes. They do look really good. Mackenzie said, who's the Marty Jannetty of the Profits? It's Dawkins, isn't it? Surely. Blake O2, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And right now we got Dawkins with Loomis. Loomis against the rope. Big boot there by Montez. Maggie said, I've been on a break from wrestling since Roman's last appearance. And I broke my telly and I effed up my Fire Stick. Made a right mess. I don't miss TV, to be honest. Jeez, Maggie, what did you do? You broke your telly and effed up your Fire Stick. What happened? Did you go into a blind rage? Was you mollywopping someone and it just got out of control? What happened, mate? Right now we've got Dexter on his feet, going back, tag being made. Overcomes Montez. Big shot there by Gacy. I thought it was going to be an inverted atomic drop, but it was a spine buster against the ropes. Gacy with Loomis. Powerbomb. Gacy, 1, 2. Yeah, it kind of felt like it was not going to end the match there, but... There is Nikki watching on, Howdy watching on. Do we think Seth cashes in at SummerSlam, said Jeremy? I think there's definitely a chance at SummerSlam for one of them to cash in. But it was a good point that was discussed earlier about the fact they've both got new custom briefcases. And they're selling those custom briefcases. So I don't know that they're going to cash them in soon when they're still trying to sell. Blockbuster and a kick. I tell you what, big trouble. So, the camera missed it. Gacy kicks out, but the camera wasn't even focused on the pin. So, big blockbuster, and Gacy got his shoulder up. This match is good. It's good. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome, for a second time. I don't know that it's a 2-time this is awesome match, but it is good. I'm very entertained. Street Profits are an excellent tag team. And Gacy and Loomis showing they can more than hold their own. Daze, I did something with the Fire Stick and I just couldn't get the telly back on. I gave it a right molly-whopping, said Maggie. Maggie, you're in the right community, my friend. Right now we got Dexter. Planted. Tag being made. There is Montez. Montez going up. Dexter down. Could be the beginning and the end. Connects. Connects! Oh, Gacy's going to make the save, though. Oh, no. Wow, Rowan getting involved. Rowan getting involved. Bang! Dawkins comes round, deals with Rowan. Hang on, outside interference from the Wyatt Six. This really feels like the Street Profits are being positioned as the baby faces. And the Wyatt Six are the ones trying to cheat. Big splash. Loomis moves out the way. Loomis coming over. Grabbing. Tag being mates. Now it looks like the Wyatt Six are looking to put Montez away. And they do! New tag team champs! The Wyatt Six do it! The Wyatt Six! Look at that. Howdy coming down. Rowan kicking Montez out the ring. Yeah, a bit questionable, I would say, with the outside interference. But this is a group of people that have been overlooked, undervalued, and they have just gone and got themselves some gold. Brilliant performance, though, from the Street Profits. Brilliant performance. Really, really fun match. Oof. Wow. Wow. There they are with championship gold. The Wyatt Six do. I'm crying. I'm crying, guys. I'm in absolute tears. The Wyatt Six in the ring holding up those championships. And we're backstage, and the rest of the tag teams are super sad. Johnny. We need to come together, says Johnny. If you'd have listened to us in the first place, none of this would have happened. Can't be Wyatt Six's heels. Well, they can be heels, but... Okay, here's Andrade and Rey Fenix. Oh, right. They just said we're now part of this. After the last few weeks, we're now part of this division. Oh, Tommaso's not happy about this. He's absolutely freaking. Candice looks amazing. My God, I only just saw what Candice was wearing. Michael Chandler again. They messed up because Gacy went out of the ring, said Erick. Daniel Cormier. He's trying to get the crowd to chant DC. Laura Sanko. Okay, so we got some UFC people in attendance. They're going to be in that building tomorrow. Oh my God, now we've got this set up. This is all right, you know, because if we're going to have Jelly Roll on the show, this is how you use him. Do a musical performance. Guys, what if all these rumours are not true? What if he's not going to be wrestling at SummerSlam in a tag match with Randy, but instead he's just going to do a song tonight? It might just be that. He might just be doing a song tonight, guys. I think they need a cone. I might stick it in my face to cool down, says Maggie. Maggie's all hot and bothered, probably because the Wyatt Six are the new tag team champions. We're about to get a live performance, said Jay. Yeah. It's that song that he does with Eminem. It's going to be so good. Carla's going to cry. Love the Street Profits, but day one, Wyatt round here said Black Mandalorian. Black Mandalorian, shout out to you. Defcon said, could the Wyatts use the Freebird rule? Don't see why not. Who's going to stop them? Erick said, I'm not crying. You're crying. Tag division implosion begins, says Jennifer. Steve said, I'm hoping that the Hardys show up for a bit of a face-to-face with the Wyatts for a title shot. That would be fun. That's a really good shout. Daniel said, this is BS. Alex said, did you see WWE teasing a Daze debut? Oh my God. Do you think people are angry about Jelly Roll? Imagine that. Even I'd be livid. If I was going to make my debut, even I'd be on here ranting about it. Brody said, crying over a team that's just won tag titles. Hilarious, says Brody. John O said, Street Profits properly put them over. That's how you shine people up. Nathan said, that's a video. Do you know, it could be a video. I don't know, honestly. It might be one I just saved for unseen. Although it has definitely been seen. I don't know. What can you say? The Wyatts just won the tag titles. People know, don't they? Is it? I don't know. You could be right. The crowd ruined it by booing. I think it was a bit weird having Rowan interfere. I don't get it. I don't understand. I know it's them versus the world. But the Street Profits were the heels, weren't they? I mean, they have been heels. And I didn't see anything in that match that I took as them cheating, the Profits. If the Profits had cheated first and then Rowan just sort of evened the score, then I can understand that. You know, it's a little bit like how Cody beat Randy using the exposed turnbuckle, but it was Randy that exposed it. So no one's looking at Cody going, oh, he's a heel, he cheated. But they did, but Rowan did get involved. I mean, I definitely saw it. I don't want to be a party pooper, but I did, honestly. I did see Rowan get involved in that match. And, well, you know, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I don't know how I feel about it. Tingalin, shout out to you, my friends. You have a creative brain. Would you work for WWE in creative? Yeah, I would. I'd work in creative, but what I'd do is I'd still do these streams and I'd be like, guys, what do you think that they should do? And then you'd be like, oh, this would be good, that would be good. I'd be like, oh, yeah. Jot it down. Then I'd go to the office on Saturday and be like, right, I've got some really great ideas. And these are all my ideas. Every single one. And then I'd just read out what you lot said to me. Amazing. Connor said, do you think that Jacob Fatu might come out and interfere tonight and attack Solo, Talatonga, JC Mattel, Tonga lower, and Jacob makes Knight and Jimmy win? Sure. Yeah, let's say yes. Oh, that Angus cheesesteak looks nice, doesn't it? Arby's. That looks nice. I can vibe with that. Right, we're just seeing Goldberg. Daze, could Dark State get involved on Raw or SmackDown? No. I don't think they're going to look to use them there yet. I don't think that group's kind of been worked out. TNA is kind of more at the NXT level, so I don't think we're ready for them to go after main roster people. I think the hope is eventually they will, but not yet. You're next. I think people don't care about heel or face things anymore, said Scottish Nightmare. Oh, I don't know, Scottish Nightmare. I don't know, mate. There was a pretty big heel turn I saw earlier this year involving John Cena that people had opinions about. Here is a little video package for Gunther Goldberg. Imagine if Eminem comes out as a surprise, says Geordie. This is what we're hoping for. Carla said, was Goldberg spitting when he was talking to Gunther? Probably. I hope so. Daze, it might be a bit difficult, but will you do a watch-along for WWE Unreal? I would like to. I mean, I am definitely watching the show. I haven't got as far as to work out when it actually drops. That is so hard to do a watch-along for, though, to be honest, because you have to listen. You know, with this, when a match is on, I ain't got to listen to commentary. They ain't going to tell me anything interesting. So I don't have to listen to commentary. I could just watch and talk. But when you're watching a show like that, you have to really listen and pay attention, and it does make for a rubbish watch-along. But there could be some cheeky revelations in there, like, oh my God, they were going to do that. Yeah, there's no plans at the moment, but I could be tempted. A little bit of a fan. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Maggie said, remember, folks, if the tag team belts are getting hot potatoed every other week, it's hard to take them seriously. Guys, here's Jelly Roll. Here's my spirit animal. Jelly Roll! Here he is. Legends! Yes! Let's go, jelly heads! Ah! Yes, love this jam. For ski. This is a tune, man. This is a bop. Hearts to broke. Liar. Oh, I know this one. Actually, you do know this. Was this on a busy? Where do I know this from? Na 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 round and only turn higher. Oh my God! Someone's interrupting. That is so rude. Oh no, guys! You won't believe what's happened. You won't flipping believe what's happened. Logan Paul. Look at that woman. She cannot believe it. Logan Paul has just interrupted. Wow, that is so disrespectful. Your music is made for people that have tattoos of their children but don't have custody of them. That's a really good line. It's a brilliant line. You belong on a stage, but not in a ring. Why is he so upset with Jelly Roll? I'm upset because I've heard he's going to have a match, but surely Logan hasn't heard that. You're coming into our industry. They want us to be upset about Logan saying our industry and the platform that we built and all that, but I just don't give a flip. Oh my God, why can't AEW All In be on right now? I'd watch it. I'd watch it. I'd honestly watch it. I would rather have Tony Khan hugging me right now. Honestly. Where is he? Bring him in. Bring him in. Why are you here, says Logan. I belong here, says Logan. Jelly is like, hold up. Hey! You need to understand where you are. You're in Jelly's house. You're in Nashville. This is Jelly's ring. Ugh. Down here. No one cares about your podcast down here, Logan. I mean, he's got a good point, actually. He's got a good point. I'm riding with Jelly. Rise up, jelly heads. Right now, they're arguing. They're getting... Oh. Here's Randy. They're both outsiders, Randy. Randy, they're both outsiders. Tell you what, no messing around from Randy, though. Is someone else in the ring? Who else is there? Oh, so that's the tag match. So it looks like it's going to be Drew and Logan against Jelly and Randy. Well, maybe Jelly and Logan can like stay on the outside or something. So there we go. It's Drew that's just laid out. Randy very upset about some of the comments Logan made. Although Logan's line was very good. I got to give him credit there. When he said to Jelly, you make music for people that have got the names of their kids tattooed on them, but they don't have custody of those kids. That is a really good line. Logan deciding to pick at the bones of Randy Orton. And now Jelly has got a decision to make. What's he going to do? He's not a wrestler. What's he going to do? He's getting involved. That's what he's going to do. He grabs Logan. Chucks him in the corner. Psh, wow. Wow. Jelly Roll just stepped up big time and saved Randy Orton. Randy is looking at Jelly Roll in a whole new light right now. He's looking at Jelly Roll like, wow, I did not know you had that in you. This is incredible. This is incredible. You lot wanted storylines, drama, creativity. It's on a plate, mate. It's on an absolute plate. Yeah. Wade Barrett says that was 8 minutes of TV perfection. I might be okay with this, says David. He's grabbed a guitar and is battering the band setup. Is absolutely destroying all this gear, which I'm guessing Jelly Roll has never seen before. It's fine. He's got money. He'll be able to afford new gear. It's really not a problem. Well, there we go. It's time to have this Jelly Roll, the goat of wrestling conversation, said Wrestle with Andy. Do you know what? Joking aside, this probably does put him into the Hall of Fame. I'm not even joking. You don't have to do a great deal to go into the celebrity wing, do you? So, he probably is, after this, going to be Hall of Fame bound. Jelly Roll going into the Hall of Fame. Yeah. I could totally see that. I could totally see that. You really don't have to do a great deal to go in. I think Logan goes in as well. In the celebrity wing at the moment. Just made SmackDown shorter and we're doing this. I'm all for celebrity appearances, but just not this, says Joel. Not the drums, said Nathan. Listen, guys, you're going to have people into it and you're going to have people that are not. That is the truth of the world that we live in. You're going to have people that are into it. You're going to have people that are not. Danny D said, did we do a poll for the tag match? I don't know, actually. It's a good question, that. Let's do that poll. Don't sleep on Jelly Roll. If he was in prison, he would shank that MFer. Good point. WrestleMania triple threat, Jelly Roll versus Bad Bunny versus Snoop Dogg. I'm sorry, but Snoop Dogg versus The Miz is still the greatest celebrity match of all time, and it will never, ever be beaten. Never. Daze, are the Wyatt Six at Whataburger right now? Oh, you know it, baby. Well, celebrating? Of course they are. Of course they are. How dare you even think they're not? Of course they are. I hate Logan so much. Why mess with someone's instruments? Such a hater, said a WWE fan. Hannah said, if you're wondering why Jelly Roll looks in better shape, he started running a lot. And I hope that has inspired you to run the London Marathon. I'm constantly inspired by Jelly Roll. So, do you know what? I just might take up a bit of running now that I've seen my spirit animal get into such a great shape. Honestly, the biggest shock there for me was that I knew that song. That was the biggest shock for me. And it's all right as a song. I don't hate that. I don't hate it. Logan, Jelly Roll at SummerSlam. It's believed to be a tag match is what the rumours are saying. Spartan said Wyatt Six took time off the Whataburger shift to compete in this match. I would love it if the Wyatt Six did a meet and greet with fans and the background was the inside of a Whataburger. That would be so fun. That would be so fun. Imagine that. Not now. I'm talking when they retire. Who doesn't want that picture? I want that picture. I want to pose with the Wyatt Six. Imagine if you could have a choice of Wyatt Six in their gear or Whataburger Wyatt Six, and you can choose. I would choose Whataburger Wyatt Six, where they're just out of the masks in their normal clothes, Whataburger background, and then you can stand next to them. I would love that. They'd make so much money. Who doesn't want that? You'd want two pictures. It's a great way of selling it. You want one with them in their costume, and then you want one with the Whataburger backgrounds. Listen, charge double. Imagine that. It's more money. Do normal on Saturday, Whataburger on Sunday. Love it. Daze, when do you think that we could see Talatonga Jacob? I'm sure we will get it, but I don't know where we are with Talatonga. I'm not sure kind of how they feel about him in ring-wise. I think I'd like to see a little bit more first. Well, I'd like to see a match. I'd like to get a feel as to where we are. They might just have him in the background being like a bit of a monster for a while. Who was the savior? Daze, don't you feel hot with the beanie? No, it's quite cool down here. Melmar said that Whataburger, a Wyatt 6 Whataburger meal. We don't have Whataburger, but I think it would be cool. It would be really cool. Imagine that. That would be really cool. Can we get the Nikki Cross match? When was the last time she wrestled? Okay, we're backstage with... There's Dana Brooke. Oh, it's so great seeing her back in WWE. Jelly Roll is going to be there tomorrow. So Randy is facing Drew, and Jelly Roll's going to be there. Logan's going to be there. Oh, this is going to bleed into Saturday night's main event, isn't it? Okay, here's Aleister Black. Vikings Wolf said, is it me or is TKO ruining the WWE we love with celebrities, ticket prices, and all this celebrity match BS, said Vikings Wolf. Honestly, celebrities have always been in WWE and we've always looked to use them. You know, Jon Stewart getting involved. Didn't have a match, but, you know, he got involved. And Snooki and flipping Floyd Mayweather and Lawrence Taylor and Mr. T and, you know, there is a rich history of celebrities getting involved in matches in WWE. Johnny Knoxville with Sammy, for example, in more recent times. But so I don't know that I can point the finger at TKO for this, to be honest. I do think TKO, with the higher ticket prices and constantly just, you know, trying to squeeze every penny out they can, is obviously a problem. But, you know, Vince also was motivated by money. I think it's a bit of a rewriting of history to sort of suggest that Vince was not doing these things. I love those two. I love that old woman and the girl that's with her. Here's Aleister. Such a cool entry. I love his music. But yeah, look, Vikings Wolf, if you're not keen on what just went down, I would say you are not alone. Whether people are going to have seen that and changed their mind, I would imagine some may do. But yeah, it's going to divide opinion, innit? Here we go. Aleister charging in, goes for a big boot. We are underway with R-Truth against Aleister Black, and we've only got half an hour to go. That was Jelly Roll's wife. Dana Brooke is Jelly Roll's wife. Dude. She's done well. She has done so well. Does that mean that he's Jelly Roll by elegance? Right, we've got a great rating for the Wyatt 6 match. People enjoying that. Here's... oh, I think they did just call him R-Truth, you know. Aleister to the outsides. Daze, are we in for a good match here? Wow. I don't think it's going to outstay its welcome. I think it'll be short and sweet. R-Truth can do a few things. Aleister's good. It might be okay. I don't think it's going to be anything mind-blowing. Moonsault to the outsides. Into the corner goes Aleister. Yeah, Wade Barrett still calling him R-Truth. Going over to the corner and he's grabbing a chair. Grabbing a chair, is looking to go into the ring. Aleister comes over, stands on that chair. Oh, big knee. Big knee. Obviously, we're expecting Damian Priest to come down to the ring here. Is this the last time we hear from Huskus the Pig Boy? I miss his voice. Is this the last time we hear from Huskus the Pig Boy? I don't know what you mean, but that character's played by Gacy now, isn't it? Oh, roll up there by Truth. Well, that was... So, a distraction win there for R-Truth. He is irate. Right, we have got Trish, and she's got a top on that says, "Your first crush." Little wink there by Trish as she's making her way to the ring with Tiffy time. I will say this show's got a nice pace to it. But good lord, says Joe. Good lord. Brody said the show's been poop. They're making Vince's booking of Aleister look good, said Scott. Maybe Cardi B should host SummerSlam. Oh, she is. I'm sure she's going to get involved as well. Daze, do we think Alicia Taylor will be at Evolution along with Lillian? She might be there. Yes, she might be there. I mean, it's a celebration of women in wrestling, so she should be there, to be honest. Trish was my first wrestling crush, said Eric. Daze, Jelly doesn't run, he just rolls. Look at that, James. Look at that. What match are we most excited for this weekend, said George. Honestly, probably Gunther Goldberg, because I'm interested in how they play that. The match itself, I'm not so grabbed by, but I'm interested in how they play it. Actually, like, in-ring, oh my god, that's gonna, I think, be a banger. I would actually say Oba Femi against Inamura, I think, is going to be really entertaining. I think that could be really fun. I think Oba's going to make Inamura look really good, and I think Inamura is good. So I think that that could actually be a bit of a... not a sleeper, because it is for the NXT Championship, but that could be a match that people are maybe sleeping on a little bit. And then, yeah, I think Io Rhea stands a good chance of being a really good in-ring match. Really good. I mean, Io is top of her game. Rhea can more than carry her own. Put them two in a singles match with a championship and the drama of a championship. I think those two matches, I think, stand the best of being... stands the... most likely being the best in-ring. Then I think just the spectacle of the main event, a Saturday night's main event. But I do want to give a special shout out to Becky, Bayley, Lyra, because that's had a really fun build. I think that might be one of the best built matches this weekend. So obviously 3 shows, and actually I've given some shout outs there to some on all 3 of the shows. So I think Great American Bash feels like the most skippable show, the NXT one earlier in the day, but I do think Oba Femi and Amura should be pretty fun. Should be pretty fun. That's got Ricky Saints as well. I'm a Ricky Saints fan, so don't mind watching a bit of Ricky Saints. He's going to be in action against Ethan Page. So yeah, looking forward to I'm looking forward to all of the shows, honestly. Shelley and Ace are trending. Don't know what that means, but just under them, Jelly Roll is trending. Jelly Roll. I want Mercedes against Tony, but I ain't gonna pay $50 for it, said George. Wrestle Night said Trish was definitely my first crush. I met her when I was 10. I've got a signed VHS tape somewhere. Oh, Aleister's livid. Here's Damien. It's over. Let it go. Okay. All right. You're right. I'm sorry. Shakes his hands. Walks away. Oh, big knee! Aleister's like, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. And then boom, he murks him. Big kick coming in. Bang! I wonder if Damien's going to walk away. It's over. Walk away. Now I can let it go, says Aleister. Well, there we go. That's resolved. Good to see that's all sorted. Let's see if Damian Priest can take his own advice. Right, no entrances for these girls. They don't deserve them. We're just going straight back to them already being in the ring. Trish, do you remember her? She's a legend. Yeah, we don't bother with entrances. Thank you for joining us. We've got these women already in the ring. Tiffany looks amazing, doesn't she? In the look at Tiffany. Jesus. Someone's not skipped out on leg day. Is this segment going to be better than last week, do we think? I've already beat Charlotte, Nia, Bailey. Yeah, no. Tiffany's like, when I beat her, maybe I'll be considered one of the goats. No. Not yet, mate. Maybe one day. Trish feels a lot of pressure. Oh. You need to beat me. When I win. I'm going to leave with the championship. You'll leave with nothing. That's not true. She'll probably leave with Ludwig. Things are different now. Oh, that's a good line. I know all about your accomplishments. I've seen the VHS tapes. That's good. Does that mean she's got a VHS player? Why would she have a VHS player? No one's got one of them now. I will be an 8-time champion. Naomi's coming down. God only knows what she's got in there. No. Trish, I think, spoke over Naomi, and now Jade's attacked. Oh, God, are these women capable of putting on a segment that's not a flipping disaster? Last week I watched this show. We didn't do it live, did we? But I did catch up with it. And this segment was flat last week. It was dull. And even this week, they just don't have anything to say, do they? That line was good about VHS, though. Naomi screaming at the referee to get off her as Naomi and Jade are getting at it. Yeah, they're doing a rubbish job. How many people does it take to not keep these two women apart? Gunther, Goldberg. Let Naomi speak, said Metal Mama. Metal Mama said, I hate Jade. I'll go one better. Betamax, said Ray. Yeah. Betamax. I never saw a Betamax. I believe it was the same, wasn't it? But just, was it smaller? little bit smaller Betamax. VHS and Betamax. Like Blu-ray and HD DVD. It's kind of wild to think I could have missed this entire year and I wouldn't have missed much, says Brony. I don't know if that's true. You would have missed the whole John Cena heel turn stuff. I'm not saying that's been amazingly mind-blowing, but it's certainly something you probably should be aware of that's happened. And the Netflix move. Here's Big Jim. Here's Big Jim. I agree. The last few women, super dry and flat, says Wrestle-Rants. It's just them. I mean, I like women's segments, but I just find Tiffany Tiffany in particular is just not a brilliant promo in my mind. That woman put her hand out and Big Jim touched her. Oh my God. I love that. OAP. 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 Jennifer, that's not the woman that was in your nursing home, was it? Because that would be such a coincidence if that was the... Do you know what I mean? Daze, what's the favourite physical media format? Such a good question. Such a good question. I'm going to go DVD because it was so much better than video. You know, with video, you couldn't really skip to certain places. You know, if you wanted to watch something, you had to rewind it after. Quality of it obviously was very limited. Like, DVD is just undeniably better than VHS. But, you know, with CD, there's a lot of people that prefer vinyl. I'm not. I'm a CD guy. I'm actually not crazy about vinyl. I think that, you know, it crackles and, you know, it can sound lovely and warm and people have got an affection for it. But I don't know. I'm just like a CD. Put it in, play it, crystal clear, great sounds. I just like CD. Skipping tracks, easier to, you know, play and store and, yeah. I mean, you still have to look after them. It's a myth that they, you know, I remember when they first kind of were coming out and like people thought you couldn't scratch them and all that stuff. But it's like they can scratch them and you have to be very careful with CDs, but you have to be really careful with vinyl. But I think there ain't many people that would swear by VHS over DVD, but there are people that will swear for vinyl over CD. The other thing as well is I could quite happily have lived my life with mini-disc. Mini-disc was good. Mini-disc was the next step after CD. And it was like square and, you know, you could move it and it wouldn't skip. CDs obviously had a skipping problem. Certainly if they were portable, you had a portable CD player and you was walking, like technology got good where you'd get anti-skip, but even then, like it didn't always work. But like with mini-disc, you were fine. And mini-disc, I think, could hold a lot more data. But the thing was, by the time mini-disc came in, that's when Spotify's around and the internet's taken over and illegal downloading. And, you know, mini-disc didn't get a chance to get going. So, I mean, it just died. Didn't even really get started and it died. So I actually think, like, with CD, I could live with mini-disc. And if I had to, I could live with vinyl. But with film, what's the alternative? You can't really... I suppose you could say, with film, you could say now Blu-ray. I suppose you could say Blu-ray now, couldn't you? Thinking about it, that was like the next step, but Blu-ray never really took over. You can't get everything on Blu-ray that you can on DVD, so I'm gonna go DVD. DVD is like the PS2. PS2 was like the best. I mean, such a great catalog and just you know, what a console. I don't know that consoles ever got better than the PlayStation 2. And I feel that way about DVD. So I'm going to say DVD, king of the physical media. King of the physical media. even though Blu-ray is sharper and better, but it does not have the catalogue. I've got a DVD collection of like 555 movies. I love them. They cost like 20p a DVD. Yeah, you can get them dirt cheap now. There's a great site in the UK called Music Magpie. They sell old DVDs and CDs. And you can get like, you can buy CDs 4 for £5. 4 for £5 makes them like £1.20 and free delivery as well. And like, it's just amazing old CD. I bought loads recently so that I can put them on my music player. I've got all these old nows down here, look. Look at all these. All these old Now collections. Now 97, 96, 94, 92, 90, 53. It's all just the hits that were on the charts at that time. I've just got like... I've got about 50 of them down here. Because they were all like £1 each. And I'm putting them all on my little music player. Because I'm a 16-year-old girl. LA, no, I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. JC said, do we think it'll be Bloodline War Games again? I hope not. I hope not. I'm done with that. We're just recycling the old stuff, aren't we? Daze, 4K Blu-rays are great for old movies shot on film. Oh, yeah, but you just don't have the range. That's the only thing. If you got rid of DVD and everything that was on DVD moved over to Blu-ray, then we'd have a different conversation. But I love shows like Reno 911. And I don't think that's on Blu-ray. There's loads, isn't there? Loads. Plus the cost. Blu-ray's so much more expensive. But yeah, you've got 4K. Like, that was the next one, wasn't it? Honestly, I used to work, obviously, in an entertainment store. It was a flipping nightmare when Big New Film came out, because you'd have the DVD, the Blu-ray, the 3D Blu-ray, because, yes, we did go through that phase. 3D TVs and 3D Blu-ray players and all of that, and people wearing the glasses. That was about 10 years ago, but we had that. And then, yeah, eventually you had the 4K HD stuff come through, didn't you? They were in black cases. Flipping nightmare. Getting all that on a shelf. I've only got so much room. Right, LA Knight and Big Jim taking on Solo and someone, but I don't know who's with him. I just don't know. Right, guys, it's been emotional. I've cried at least 5 times. Mainly during that jelly roll segment. LA Knight and Big Jim versus Solo and... Who's his partner? Who's he with? I don't even know who's in his corner. JC. James Chadwick. Right. Hello, Dave. Hope you're doing well. Dave in real life. Shout out to you, buds. Vinyl costs more. CD to make with vinyl, you don't get the whole album. Oh, well, you would get the whole album, but with CD, you tend to get like bonus tracks sometimes and things like that. I'm not aware of any album where you get... Well, actually, that's interesting. Are you telling me now that they don't put now the whole album onto vinyls? Because back in the day, the only way you could get albums was vinyl in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Then CD comes along mid-80s. But the only way they did albums was on vinyl. So, to my knowledge, everything's on vinyl. But that's really interesting if you don't get everything. They probably do extra tracks on CD now compared to album onto vinyl. I think vinyl's just a fad. Well, not a fad, but I really don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand where this revival has come from. It sort of feels like kids in university think it's just really cool and retro. And have you seen my record collection? And like, do you know what I mean? It feels like it's being powered by trying to impress girls. And listen, that's a great reason to do it. It's a great reason as to why to have a record collection. Come back to mine. Come and check out some of my deep cuts. Yeah. Come and check out some of my amazing soul classics. To be honest, you just need Marvin Gaye, What's Going On. Stevie Wonder songs in the key of life. And you're pretty much done, to be honest. That's it. Sorted. That'll get you through pretty much anything in life. Maybe a slightly angrier album. You know, maybe you'd want... Maybe you'd need a Nirvana Nevermind. I mean, that's probably should be in everyone's collection. But really, outside of that, you're sorted. Daze is a pimp. Aren't we all, Shaquem? Aren't we all? Love a bit of Marvin Gaye. Yeah. Do you know, when I was young, I really got into music, as I think most kids do. And but I really didn't know anything about it. So I bought a book that was the top 1,000 albums of all time. And I just worked through that. So, I mean, I really did put some time into listening to certainly the top 100, 150. You know, I really went out my way to check those albums out. And it was one of the best things I ever did, really. Because it just really broadened my musical knowledge, but also just introduced me to so many acts and bands that I don't know that I would have been introduced to. There's really no excuse for not doing that now, because it's if you've got Spotify or YouTube Music, you can do it. For right, well, not free, but do you know what I mean? It's all on there. When I was doing it, I was having to like borrow stuff, find things at car boots, and that was part of the fun, though, to be honest. It's just not as fun, to be honest, having it in your hand where you can just type it in and just listen. It's just not as engaging. It's a lot more engaging to see an album, read about it, and think, oh my God, I really want to hear that. And then, you know, try and find it in the shop. Maybe they're out of stock. Look for it at car boots. You can't find it. And then one day you find it. I mean, there's not a feeling like that in the world. You're like, oh my God, this is the best. It was just like with wrestling. If ever I found a wrestling show that I'd never seen before at a car boot sale for like a video as a kid, oh my God, best day ever. Best day ever. You know, and then you get the network where you can just watch anything at any time. It's just not the same. You've got it too good now. That's what we're saying. Solo, keeping Big Jim. When I got my first job, I used to skip buying lunch and I just bought CD singles like an obsessed loon. Folk wondered why weight was dropping off, said Leanne. It's because you got your priorities right. That's why, Leanne. It's because you're living life right. Daniel said, I agree, but there are still things on VHS you can't get on DVD. That is true. That is true. But I will not sacrifice. I will only sacrifice picture quality so much. I think DVD is 720p. I ain't going down below that. So I will, you know, I will just have to miss out on whatever never transferred over from VHS. But if I've got to choose, I will only go down to a certain level of picture quality. I mean, even by today's standards, DVD probably looks a bit rubbish. You know? I'm sure DVD is 720p. JC coming in, grabbing the leg of Big Jim. Going up. Lands on his feet. Big Jim going for a kick. Spins round. Boom! Daze, be kind. Please rewind. I had to, but Third Rock from the Sun on DVD because it never came out on streaming. Oh, really? Well, it's not on streaming. Tag being mates. In comes LA Knight. Shots coming in. Again, unload him. Against the ropes. Bang! Down goes JC. How long we got? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh, plants him again. LA Knight is in there looking to put JC away. Kick coming into the midsection. Going over against the ropes. Another big boots. But William said the chat seems pleasant now. Chat's always pleasant. Another big boot coming into the midsection. Shot there by LA Knight up on the shoulders. Plants JC. Honestly, I wish we had ended with the Wyatt Street Profits. This does not feel like a main event to me. Tag being made. LA Knight. LA Knight with an elbow drop. Erick said, when I was a kid, I couldn't wait for what I'd missed on pay-per-view. 1, 2, Solo makes the save. What was it like in the shop when 4Ks came out? I think it was about 2015. It wasn't an event, to be honest. When 4K stuff came out, it was, you would only get the odd film. And it would normally be like the big Hollywood blockbusters, and no one had players, so you would only get like one. Honestly, our 4K section was like 1 deep for each film. You know, with DVD, you'd have some that had like 6 in a pocket, and you'd have like the wall full of them. You'd have 1 or 2 copies of a 4K film, and it would be a big film. And then, you know, you'd start to get some back catalogue in, but it would just be in ones. And they were expensive as well. I'm sure they were like 20-something each. Like, expensive for a film. So, I mean, you really had to be into your stuff to kind of be interested in those. You really had to have, like, the player and the TV. And I think at that point, people had 4K TVs. But it was the players that were the costly thing. Everyone had a Blu-ray player, didn't they, really, with the like games consoles, stuff like that. They were built in with PS3, I believe. And I think PS4 as well. So a lot of people had Blu-ray players, but like 4K players were like really expensive. Big boot there by Tala Tonga. Big Jim rolls up Solo. Number of people that are into this match, 0, said Zoom Station. Yeah, I agree. Just flat. So Solo is pointing over at Solo. He's livid with Heyman because there was a distraction. BFT to Solo. So Heyman in the timekeeper's area. There's Braun Breaker. There's Braun Breaker. Ready. Braun Breaker. Charging in. Spear. Down goes LA Knight. There's Big Bronson Reed. Tsunami. Tsunami. It's kind of a little bit like a faction war, in it. You got Big Jim, LA Knight. I'm sure Jacob could join up with them. You've got this Seth group. You got Solo's group. That spear from Braun Breaker seemed quite high again to me. Right now, we've got people surrounding, Braun surrounding Heyman. Heyman trying to allow Braun to get out the ring. Braun Breaker on the outside, going down the steps. And there we go. The show comes to a close. It's not even a spear anymore. He does it like a roll, said Dr. Lucha Lala. I mean, it looks all right. Don't get me wrong, but people kind of lose their mind over Braun Breaker spears. Well, there we go. I gotta be honest. I think the end of that show is rubbish. I think it's really rubbish. I think they totally should have ended with the Wyatt Six winning the tag titles. I mean, maybe they're trying to do that to set something up in the future, but, oh, God, honestly, I mean, it's kind of hard to care about Solo's group because they're just... We haven't seen Tama Tonga in ages. We don't know anything about Talatonga. JC's only recently arrived. So, I mean, none of them really carry much in the way of, like, emotion and drama. Solo, with his emoting, is pretty fun, but a lot of work to be done with that group. So, them being in the main event, going up against Big Jim, who gets okay reactions, but he's not Jay. LA Knight is obviously a star that people care about. So, I mean, that, you know, he felt like he deserved to be in that main event. But, yeah, I totally would have gone with the Wyatt Six, closing out that show. Yeah, it was fine, watchable. But, yeah. I don't know. It's going to be a weird one to score this, really, because I really did enjoy the Wyatt Six tag match. I enjoyed that. I thought the women's match at the start was okay. I was not down on it. That was okay. A little bit between Alexa and Charlotte. That was pretty good. I'm trying to think about the open, what we got at the very beginning. LA Knight, and it was a bit throwaway, all that stuff, actually. That was a little bit throwaway. Main event was throwaway. Jelly Roll is going to divide opinion. Obviously, there'd been rumours that was going to happen. That's not my bag, as you know. But if people like it, they like it. That's absolutely fine. Not for me. Aleister getting into it with... I sort of feel like first half hour, 40 minutes, good. And then for me, I think we tailed off, man. I definitely would have closed that thing with the Wyatts. Holding up those tag titles, finally winning some gold. It'll be interesting to see what your thoughts are, and we can get your thoughts by putting a little thing up now. Feedback required. What did you think about SmackDown? What did you think about SmackDown? I think the best part of tonight was when Nick Aldis said mollywhopping, and then we found out what that really meant. That, to me, was my favourite part of tonight. Felix said, Daze, I'm sad. No, mellow once again. Trini said, I'm off. I've got to ignore these nerve spasms. See you tomorrow, lovelies. Mods, Williams, James, Sonny. Trini, shout out to you. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through some struggles at the moment. But rest up. Hopefully that will ease it. It's going to be a long, hopefully fun day tomorrow. Grant, shout out to you. Said Wyatt's as tag champs. An R-Truth dub. Logan Paul looking stupid. That's a great SmackDown, says Grant. So Grant enjoyed it. Big Time said, Days, tonight's SmackDown flew by, but half a dozen entrances like Tiffany and Trish and R-Truth and Roxanne Soul Kyrie to save time. The Trish-Tiffany promo was like 3 minutes and R-Truth was about 2 minutes. It was a good pace. I do agree. Spartan said, did we hear about a shrinking ring apparently being used in the Ring 3... Shakur Stevenson? No. Spartan? No. But then I don't really look into that world if I'm not covering it, to be honest. If I'm not going to do that kind of show, then I don't really bother like reading up on it. I just try and focus on what it is that we're doing, so I have not heard anything about that. James said the best part of tonight was that it ended and I can now go to sleep. James, shout out to you. Liam said, I can't score the Jelly Roll segment because it's going to lead somewhere, even if I don't like where it's going, but the main event was just hopeless. Yeah. You know, it's one of those where, did we get something from this show? Yes. Yes. Do I regret watching this show? Well, no, of course not. We watch it every week. And we got the Wyatt Six winning those tag titles in what was a really fun match. Credit to the Street Profits. Yeah. Women's, we're continuing to evolve the relationship between Charlotte and Alexa, so I'm okay with that. And there was bits, honestly. I mean, I don't mind us furthering the Damian Priest, Aleister Black feud as well. And we launched the Jelly Roll thing, right? I mean, it's a story. Whether we like it or not, it's a story, and it's going to lead to SummerSlam. So, I mean, they launched it. So there's things here that you need to be aware of. There's things here that have happened. There's things here that I think mean that you watch this and I don't think you felt like you wasted your time. Love the fact we're down to 2 hours again. I do not need a third hour of this show. So love that we're down to 2 hours. Thank you. Right? I wouldn't mind actually if we did what we did on Raw and we went 2.5 hours, where we do a 2 hour show and then the last half hour is for the main event. I think that's the sweet spot. And actually, if we'd have done that, maybe then we could have done some entrances and we could have had longer for R-Truth. So, you know, maybe that is the sweet spot in 2025. But yeah, I'm not down on this show ending at 2 hours. I think we got in, we got some stuff out of it, we got out of there. It's just going to be really hard to try and boil that into some sort of score. But I'm thinking for me, it's probably going to start with a 6. But maybe a high 6, maybe like 6.75, something like that. So yeah, it was fine. It was all right. I enjoyed myself. Had some fun. Do you know what I mean? We had a chat. And there is a fly in this room, which is really annoying. And that didn't bother me either. So, you know, you've got to take the wins wherever they come from. So let's go with ending this. And then we can potentially run away giggling into the night. So main event, you lot said, was good 91%, which honestly, for a main event, is rubbish. A main event that comes out as good 91% should be flipping ashamed of itself. Should be ashamed. Before that, Aleister R-Truth, which was really short, you lot said was good 82. Opening match with the women was good 97, so that's much better. And then, of course, the best match of the night, tag match, you said was great 61%. 61% great for Wyatt's against the Street Profits. So yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like that's a reflection of the show, really. I feel like we got a good start with those two matches and then it just sort of all dropped off. So there we go. Let's see what you lot think with your feedback when we do our opinions video. AB WWE fan said the Wyatts winning the titles earlier was very emotional, and I would rather SmackDown end with emotion than the way that it did. Shout out to the community. Daze, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, buds. See you tomorrow. Leanne said, I'm honestly like an unqualified natural cures doctor. Oh. You've got all the kind of mushroom advice. Have this fungus, it will sort out your gout type situation. Leanne, shout out to you. You can be the witch doctor of the community. Shaquem said, I don't watch AEW, but I really want to watch that Kenny Omega match. Should be good, honestly. I would also give that a glance, and I would give Tony against Mercedes a glance as well. Zaleen said, do we think Braun Strowman has a good push, like winning Money in the Bank Battle Royals, headlining main events? Did WWE put in much effort? I think Braun suffered with a lot of injuries that we weren't aware of, and actually since he left, he's sort of revealed that these injuries were worse than what people knew. And I think actually there was probably a lot going on we didn't know. So I think he was probably a bit more limited than what we thought. He was probably struggling through pain more than we thought. I think if you was to just look at the way he was booked, you could be very frustrated with that. I think that you had a monster there who couldn't really cut a very good promo. And I think they made him do really silly things. What I would say is, think about Andre the Giant and how he comes down to the ring, just walks to the ring, gets in, climbs over the top rope. arms in the air, waves to the fans, sits back in the corner and just waits to like destroy someone, right? Giant, yeah, friendly Giant, obviously turned heel against Hogan, and that was amazing. And WrestleMania 3 and the face-to-face and all this stuff, yeah, I mean, amazing. But, you know, he didn't do like stupid stuff. But think about what they had Braun doing, where he's Blummin talking about get these hands. I mean, who in the real world threatens someone by saying you're going to get that? You watch out. You better not mess with me. You better not mess with me and my wife. Otherwise, you're going to get these hands. I mean, I'm sorry. It sucked. It sucked. You've got a monster. You've got a giant. And the catchphrase you gave him was, get these hands. You're going to get these hands. Rubbish. And not only that, like, you know, the Strowman Express on the outside. I mean, it was a fun thing that they, you know, kind of started. There was one point where they did actually pipe in train sounds as he was running around the outsides. Like, they really tried to make it the Strowman Express, and they really tried to, like, market it and make it this thing. Like, there was too much kind of goofy stuff that kind of got attached to it, rather than him just being a monster. Heyman as his manager, him as a wrecking machine, just coming down, just messing people up, leaving them, like, bloody and busted, and just not caring about what he did. Ripping people apart. His feud with Bronson was really good. Do you remember when, like, you know, they were like fighting and destroying walls, and Bronson tsunami'd Braun on top of a car, and there was like all this stuff. Do you remember when Braun was like flipping things over, flipping over ambulances? I mean, they went too far with that. It's one thing for us to believe you can flip over an ambulance, but flipping over a whole production truck, a whole truck that you're like, pick it, like, it's like, even that went OTT. But I mean, you know, you flip over the ambulance, you flip over the stage. Do you remember when he got the grappling hook and then pulled down the kind of entrance stage in? And, you know, they had him do some really cool stuff. He was definitely involved in some really fun stuff. But there was also some really goofy stuff that they had him involved in. And I think that it damaged his aura. And for me, rather than him being a monster, rather than him kind of staying as that black sheep and maybe getting a manager and actually being presented a little more in line with, say, Brock. You know, when Brock's music hit, you knew a problem was arriving. You know, when Braun's music hit, not so much. You didn't even know if he was going to win the match. And I think they just really dropped the ball on him. But, I mean, I think that if you then factor in that towards the end he's physically hurting, then I think you can maybe understand that. And I think as well, because he got fired and brought back, there could also have been a little bit of not wanting to rock the boat. You can't really push back and go, that doesn't work for me, brother. You can't really push back if you're not in that strong of a position. You know, they fired his ass before. They could easily fire his ass again, and did. So, you know, if you've got no standing in the company, no pull, no sway, and they're telling you to do stuff, you might not agree with it, but what are you going to do? What can you do? You're just going to have to do it. And I think they just sold his aura out to I think they just chipped away at it to the point where there was none left, really. And I thought that we got a few little things out of him towards the end. He did a match against Jacob earlier this year that I was quite excited for. I think others were quite excited for. I thought that was a good use of him. And we did that feud with Bronson, which I enjoyed. I thought that was a good use of him. But it was kind of fleeting, really, sparing. I think he was pretty banged up. So to answer your question, no, I actually think if you could start again with Braun and rebook his career, I would really think you could do a better job of it. I really think you could find a way of presenting him a lot better than what we did. But yeah, you know, I think he got a lot out of his skill set. You know, if you think he's really just a strong man, he was not a wrestler. He was a strong man that kind of, you know, went through the PC and was never really a great wrestler, was he? Let's be honest. And he was never really a great talker. So if you think about his skills and the career he was able to get out of having those skills, I think you've got to say it was a success. But could it have been better? Sure. Of course. I could have booked it better. You could have booked it better. But I think you'd say that getting out of what he had was not too bad. But yeah, definitely a tinge of frustration there as well, I always felt. I definitely would have liked to have seen us do something a little more credible with him. Matteo said no, Uncle Howdy penis reveal, so this show gets a 0. Uncle Revel said, I think changing the match order tonight would have been huge for the opinions. I think if that main event had gone first, women's fatal 4-way second, and then finished with the tag match. I agree. Sanan said, Daze, hope you well. And you, buds. Pacing of that show felt smooth. I think the 2 hours is perfect, said Sanan. Yeah, I think the pacing was better. I do think it's a little tight in places. We probably could have shaved some time off the tag match, shaved some time definitely off the Jelly Roll segment, and actually maybe given some to the R-Truth match, maybe given some to Tiffany. And I mean, Tiffany and flipping Trish didn't even get entrances. So I agree. I mean, we really did shoehorn in a lot. And, you know, in reflection, maybe you would have took a bit off there. And maybe actually they did have it structured that way, but things just maybe overran. And as a result, you know, you just got to do what you got to do. But yeah, I'm definitely not clamoring or missing the 3rd hour. No, I agree. That was absolutely fine. Right, let's just read a couple more and then we're going to run away. So Hannah said, Daze, do we think Triple H is going to bring edginess back to his booking? Does he need to improve? Well, I think that he does need to take a few more risks and gambles and, you know, be a bit more creative. I suppose one of the frustrating things is that he's just done something pretty creative with Jelly Roll and Logan and Randy and Drew, but they're with people that aren't wrestlers. You know, you could sort of look at that and go, why could we not have done something this different with the wrestlers that we have? You know, why does it take Jelly Roll coming in to kind of do something like this? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we can, you know, wheel out the creativity when it comes to Jelly Roll and Logan and whatever, but we struggle when it comes to other superstars. So, yeah, I think he plays it very, very safe. I think it's hard. I think, you know, you don't want to rock the boat too much. If you've got something that's working to a degree, you know, you might want to just do a little tweak here and there, you know, a little fine tuning, but you might not want to completely rip it up and start again. So I do sort of sympathize a little bit with him because I think he's got something which is okay. It's okay where it is right now. It's not a disaster. Ratings aren't a disaster. Could the ratings be better? Yes. But I think you could always say that. I think they're in probably an acceptable place. It's probably in a place where you don't want them going down and we'd like to see them increase. But actually where we are right now, he probably doesn't have people on his door knocking all the time going, you've got to turn this round. This is a disaster. I don't think we're at that point. I don't think we're at that level. So if he's not got that pressure being applied to him, I think he can just make little tweaks and, well, let's do that and let's try this and let's, you know, he's not someone that's going to rip it up and just go, right, yeah, we're going to reinvent this. I think there's some people that would like to see that happen. I think there's some people that would like to see this get a bit edgier and, you know, a few more risks being taken. I do understand that. But I don't know. I mean, he might be in a situation where he knows what we're going to do in January next year. He might already know what WrestleMania looks like and he might be really excited about it. If he knows that next year is Cody versus Rock and we've got The Rock locked in and next year's WrestleMania build is gonna flipping cook because we're gonna dig into the whole Cody Rock situation, he might be like, give a flip. Honestly, give a flip. Because anyone that's, you know, struggling with the show now, they'll be back in January. as soon as we get going with that story. You know, and we've still got Cena dates coming up, and, you know, the ratings are okay. They're okay. Last week, SmackDown 1.1, but it was pre-recorded, and it was July 4th. We obviously want to see a better number there this week. But, yeah, I think that I don't see anyone knocking on the door urgently telling him to turn this ship around. So if he knows that some pretty majors coming up next year, he might be feeling quite comfortable. The booking feels comfortable, doesn't it? Daze, a 9-minute overrun similar to NXT when it was on USA would be beneficial. Tonight it felt a little rushed. I think it'll be better pacing in the coming weeks. It's just going to take a little time to adjust. Well, I don't know if it needs an overrun, to be honest. I think they should be able to get it all into the 2 hours. So it's one of those where I think you've got your time, make it work. You know, I think if you allow overrun, stuff like that, you're allowing things to get loose. When I think, you know, he should look at the segments that overran, have words with those people, get those segments tighter, and, you know, make sure this thing delivers like it should be delivering. I think the pacing was not bad, honestly. I think some segments might have overrun and then some segments had a little time cut. That's pretty normal, to be honest. But, yeah, by and large, fine. An acceptable show with actually really fun moments in it. So I'm really, really not down on this show, but I'll be interested to see what you lot think. We've had 30-odd responses so far, and I need to go because you lot are going to want an unseen out of me. You're going to want a review video out of me, so I need to go and do that. Right. Tony said, letting him stay champ that long when he wrestles like a jobber. I like Roman, but he wasn't the whole WWE. Fred said, I miss the old days when Nitro would end with Tony shouting, we gotta go, we're out of time. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, lovely being back doing SmackDown. We weren't here last week, but we're here now, and we're here for the foreseeable. We're back tomorrow with 2 shows. We're doing the NXT show and, of course, Saturday night's main event. We're back on Sunday with Evolution. Monday, Raw. NXT Tuesday, Evolve on Wednesday. I mean, it's just non-stop. So, yes, busy weekend. So, thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.